I'm gonna go grab my books. You guys talk shop.
You're not prepared.
I should
mean,
probably
what?
be shutting this. in
Wait,
the
can they
Discord.
hear us? Oh,
yeah,
God.
They can hear you.
Ugh.
No!
I'm just gonna go get my books. I forgot.
Go away. Nothing to see here or hear here, because there's definitely nothing to see. You know, we'll all be quiet. That way, there's nothing to hear.
Exactly.
Mute that so I ain't got no overlap. Okay.
The other elements I need to do, because I didn't yet. Fun. Oh.
What?
Can I? Hold on. Oh, it's gonna bug it out. Okay. I'm gonna make the second episode go live right now.
Oh, the YouTube one?
Yeah, I didn't do it yesterday.
Yeah.
I didn't, because I'm a bit... Well, I'm not a bit daft, I'm just busy, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, we know that.
I don't think anybody questions that.
Content. I'm pretty sure everything's... It's ready. It's public now. Publish. So now episode 2 is on the line. Which is cool.
Yeah. Excellent.
And apparently we're averaging at like 4 hours and 17 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to...
Doesn't surprise.
Let's go, Shapoopies! Hi, friends.
We've already got people watching.
We've already got people watching. I need to announce it in the Discord, everyone, and then you can see everyone's beautiful faces.
No! I mean, what?
See, you should do what I do and just have an auto thing that does it for you. I know when you go live. I know when all three of you go live. And it's really annoying when it's at work and I'm like, well, I can't fucking watch you now, can I?
Thanks, guys.
I have that.
Purdy, what are you doing
All
going
the
live
time.
at 9 a.m.?
Oh my god,
On a Friday
Purdy has
morning,
been doing
yeah.
day streams though.
Hey, look, he was talking to me about that and that he wanted, it was one of the times he had free on a Friday. It's like, man, go for it. I think that's great. I won't be there. Somebody said to him a couple of times, I won't be there. It's like, hey, man, just do it anyway. It's great.
I come in like,
Aww.
and then I'm there like, what? His mother. Like,
You're
he
not-
can do this.
You are a mother.
Thank you,
I
Cassie!
am a mother.
I freaking love you, Cassie!
Oh no. Yeah, no, I quite often get that. There are a lot of friends and whatnot that stream that either start when I am at work or I am still working.
No, you kiss.
As they're going live, just finishing up. Just a day.
This is
I
the
love your
thing though, and then
poopers.
like it's every time you're like, oh, my friend's alive. Maybe I'll just go live tomorrow instead. And then just I'm like, oh no.
And you know what?
promised
I've sometimes
more streams this week than I've actually been able to do, and I feel
I've
bad,
sometimes gone almost an entire week without streaming because of exactly that reason. Because I will be working late, and by the time I get home, I've got 2 or 3 other people streaming. It's kind of like, "Meh, I'm good. I'll just, I'll hang out and support them, and then I end up
Yeah.
just not for the entire week, and it's like, well, shit.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I didn't do the thing that we talked about. We talked about potentially making a thing that Nixie's character lights up when they talk. Somehow.
Oh, on the display.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
we
still
did.
need to do that.
So it's all a work in
This
progress,
party
isn't it?
needs an alchemist. We don't need any more squishy people, actually.
Yeah, but this is Sedaine. He would make his alchemist not squishy.
I'd be interested in seeing that build. Hello, Pernicious. Hello.
Yes, pernicious. Hello, so.
I don't know how to start. How do we start? Last time! Syleria Adventures.
Oh yeah, because we're actually live, aren't we?
We
Oh
are
yeah.
live, and
Last
also
Yeah.
YouTube. If If you want to know what happened last time, you can watch it on their YouTube channel.
Yes, we have a YouTube channel now. Do we have a link of some kind to that?
No, I haven't nightbotted it yet. Oh,
Fantastic.
I'm right.
Guys, we can't advertise our YouTube channel, but be sure to go and check it out at indeterminatelink.com.
Let me, if you go into my about section, there is a clickable link right there. But also right here, this is the Syleria Adventures YouTube link. There is currently 2 episodes already on there, and we have a total of 5 subscribers already, which is adorable.
I don't know if there's like 5 of us, so I'm sure it's like, you know, just the 5 of us.
Yeah.
It's probably just the 5 of us.
Yeah, it's just
No,
with us
I
5
actually
of
know
us.
for a
To be
fact
fair, I
Dane
haven't found
and
it yet, so it's
Aeoncraft-
one random.
Aeoncraft and Dane, I know, have made it.
I'm waiting for the link.
It's in the chat. Oh, do you want the in Discord chat? I can do it for you. I'll do it just for you in the Discord.
Just for me, or
Ooh,
Somebody's-
the thing is, you have the login for it, mister. You have no excuse.
All right. Hey, guys. Welcome to a thing where we play D&D, apparently.
Pew pew.
So, yeah, we have the channel. We have the stuff. We have the things. We are working on the bits. It's, you know, work in progress, because that's life.
Yeah.
How you all doing? Let's just go. Let's just get into it.
Woo!
No objections? Okay,
No.
cool.
Go.
No time for objections. Let's go.
Wait. No.
So, too late. No, it's not too late. Right. Anybody want to do a quick recap of the nonsense that was last session?
Oh gosh, there was so much that happened last session.
It was a big info dump of stuff as you guys progressed through your little checklist of things.
Well, a lot of it was building off the first session where we had just kind of been in the town for a bit and we had realized how much had changed in the town. I can hear myself through your headset. There we go. I'm like, it's tripping me out.
Every time I lean forward to type on my keyboard, it's like right beside the mic. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So, a lot of the notices had been taken down, which was where Nofret started in the inn, in the Rusted Coppers. And from there was sort of seeing why that was happening. The only notices that were really up was to do with guilds, and all the guilds trying to get more numbers. And as we progressed through the session, we learned that actually there's a lot of guild tension in this city of trade. And it's all going to come to a head at some point. The tension is there. It is ready to be snapped and cause chaos of an unknown kind. And basically, we've been advised that maybe we should leave town for a bit. Get away from here. Let the dust settle again. Come back later, maybe. Or we can join the guilds and help someone. Up to us. We visited the hunting guild, and we were asking specifically about Sobnodiles and phase spiders, because we need monster parts from those to make an antidote for Freylisa's friends.
We're after a flawless barb, which is still outstanding. And we're going after a matriarch phase spider.
Yes, the matriarch phase spider.
Phase spider thread, which phase spiders don't spin webs, but a matriarch does. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Threads of narrative, am I right? So we got some information about where there might be a phase spider matriarch to go have a little chat to with knives and weaponry. So we decided that we would try and prep for that as well as we could, because we knew that they had some damage outputs. So we talked to Zacarias and Zacarias and tried to get some magical weaponry before we talked to Corporal Tucker and got our reward for last time we did something for the city. So we navigated our prices and spent our money wisely and then got an influx of cash. So that was
It
Possibly
makes me
points of-
thrifty. also that we still had money.
This is true. We still have money, and we're feeling somewhat prepared.
Possibly cleared stuff out of your pockets, you know.
Yeah, got rid of some things.
Some of you.
There's some people that still don't know much about what's in their pockets.
Those deep pockets.
No.
We prod because we care, Freya.
I prod because I'm curious. I want to know.
We want to know what's in your pockets.
I hate to
Because
That
it's
is
not
right.
cake.
I regret to inform you that I have seemed to have misplaced those notes, aka my phone broke, and it was on there.
Oh.
I didn't
Okay.
back it up because I am a dummy.
Oh. We'll
I'm trying
figure
to.
it out.
That's all right. That's
Yeah.
all right.
Yes.
You can work that out.
We'll work something out.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll click.
Otherwise, it'll just forever be a mystery what was in your pockets. It's all just
Yep.
gone. It just went into a black hole in game. We then went to Kirith Nan and talked to them.
Who also would have got us discounts had we gone to them first.
Ah, gosh. If we had done things in the right order last game. Never mind. We went and talked to them. We learnt a little bit more about what was happening in the city. And they were basically like, we're getting out. Maybe you should get out too. But not like in a nice way. They weren't trying to kick us out of their establishment or anything.
Yeah, they
that
gave you the
pretty
whole
much
sort
it?
of you can remain in the city if you would like, but there is a good chance that if you are not going to be joining a guild within the city, you're going to be seen as either a bug to be stomped, or something to just be washed aside, or you're going to be seen as a recruitment opportunity.
Please,
You
let someone stop this.
Yeah.
Please.
in the inevitable guild-based turf war that may be coming to the streets of the trade city within the Eastern Reach.
It's all gonna turn very mobby.
It could do, and the Cerulean Dawn is very powerful. It's got its hands in a lot of pockets, and it's been in power, since not long after the Scourge War. It's not willing to give that up. And with the rise, very prominent, very quick rise of a number of other guilds in the last few years, they've decided that, well, now's the time to take action because we're not relinquishing our grip on, a chokehold on commerce within, this entire section of the world. You have the power, you're not really willing to give it up.
Never gonna
So-
give you. Nah.
Never gonna let you down.
We came to the end of that one with a couple of things happening. Nofrit's staff finally attuning to her. Sekhet falling asleep starting to fall asleep and then being woken up by a green leprechaun-suited, sequined, bedazzled Goldilocks on the side of the bath, saying, "We need to talk," and then promptly bamfing out. So, there were a number of other things that I know you guys wanted to take care of. I don't know how much more of the stuff that we discussed last time you wanted to resolve here and now. You now have more money, so there is shopping as another option. However, I do know there was a bit of a drive in the last wee while to allow a certain werecat to potentially go and do some recon, scope out a particular place and potential object of interest. So, jumping back into it, as we get up on this unspecified day within these 2 weeks that you guys have your downtime, what have we got going on? What's this looking like? What are we getting up to, folks?
I also wanted to talk to General Taka about the ants.
Yes, yeah, there was a discussion with, more stuff that wanted to be said with him. Okay, well, do we want to start there?
Sure.
Okay, so as Corporal Tarker was there one evening handing over the gems, unofficially, of course, to reward you for your service in resolving the missing children issue, after having been informed by both Arum and Mrs. Pipe upon your successful return. He came in, had a drink, handed this over, thanked you. Becca lost her shit, and
As per usual.
I can wait TVs in this universe.
Tucker.
Taka, yeah, Corporal Taka. But okay. Hey, you don't know. There's enough parallels. But yeah, as he's sort of sitting there just quietly sipping away on his ale after having had his little discussion with you, whether you guys are making small talk or not, whatever you would like, Sek, Het, or Hetty, whichever one you may be at this time.
Zakete.
Look at her.
Yeah, who are you?
I think I'm Big Girl,
Uh-huh.
which is not the accent. Thanks for that, back.
And I suppose for everybody else, Corporal Tarka is a member of the Aurora Watch within the Summer District. He's a higher up. He's also the son of Passion Ilios, which is how you guys got introduced to him. He's a fairly well-tanned individual. He's not old, but he's got the weathered lines of somebody who has been out in the sun quite a lot. He has sort of a light blondie brown hair that's sort of kept very short. Slight hints of a 5 o'clock shadow almost the entire time. It never seems to change. It's never shaved. It's never a beard. It's always exactly that same length. And because he's not here in that official capacity, he's not wearing the sort of orange and rose vest that is associated with the Aurora Watch. Instead, he's just in some very plain brown and whites. Brown trousers, sort of a
Yes,
white shirt with a
it's
few
not
sort of.
an official meeting.
Yeah, he is off duty here for a drink, but yeah.
And
So,
just so happens to have $1,000 worth of gems on him.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Oh, us. Little Taka. I've noticed a lot of the job opportunities have disappeared from the board. Have you guys handled the ant problem? I know a few of our people were a bit worried about that, so I thought I would follow up.
Well, we'd only had a few reports of the ant issue, and we had a few people look into it. Honestly, it wasn't until a short time ago that we actually made any headway on that. We did find a few conspicuous tunnels nearby, primarily radiating out from the Uren district, so not really our purview, but there was
Not your
one.
problem.
Not exactly. Well, could be our problem, but it's not our area of authority. We hand that off to the Shockhammers. But there was a gnome lady that lived here who I believe posted a job at one point, and she complained once again of sounds, and we had a general inquiry from somebody who went and checked that out and said they found a collapsed tunnel with a number of giant ant bodies. So, now that we had some proof, we've put that job out there, and another little group of adventurers headed off a few days ago to go and take a look. They used that gnome's house as a point of ingress. We haven't had any word back from them yet, but we also haven't had any more reports of any giant bugs. So, things are, all things considered, looking up.
Win-win. I like it.
Here's to hoping. Hello, Mark.
Interesting. Hi, Magpie. I would agree. Corporal Tucker is hot. By the way, chat.
It's one of the first NPCs you guys met as a group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? No, it wasn't because of the thing in the nightmare in the streets, right?
Yeah.
It was, because we all fought
He
the
was-
thing, and he was like, what the... you
he
guys
was-
seem capable.
He was leading the patrol of the Aurora Watch that were having the standoff with Sergeant Moz and the Rubrum Cascade when all of that broke out. And because it wasn't the Rubrum Cascade's jurisdiction, they got sent packing, and Corporal Taka took over and pulled you guys aside into the nearest place, which was the Rusted Coppers, where some of you were staying anyway. And that's how that all sort of kicked off. So he was one of the very first NPCs you guys met as a group.
That's so cool. Oh, memories. Okay. What is the name of the other adventuring team? Because when we first met, you asked what our group's name was. Seemed like a thing to have. What is this group of adventurers that you've sent to the end?
They gave me about 3 different names. I don't think they decided either, but the one that seemed to get the most nods and grunts was the Bone Breakers.
The Bone Breaker.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they'd come up with a name yet. They were deciding.
Have we decided on a name? We have a name?
I mean, to be honest, we haven't actually talked about it much yet. Why, do you have a name, Vendor?
No. Not at all.
Well, you can put your creative side to that challenge if you like over the next few days.
Oh. That could be an interesting waste of time.
Oh no. I shouldn't have done that.
I actually love that.
Oh no. The team is called Nat 1. Oh no.
Oh, no, that's my name.
Baldur's Gate. That is our Dungeon Master's name, is Nat 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else we wanted to talk to Corporal Talk about?
I think it was primarily brought up last time that it was that. Unless something else has come up in the meantime, but it was primarily...
It was primarily
mentioned
the
it was the ant
ants.
problem.
We just wanted to know about the ants, really.
Yeah, so there hasn't been a large amount of development.
No.
Just that there has been more... They've managed to find enough manpower and time to investigate an inquiry and have discovered that there is in fact some proof that this is actually a thing. And outside of the guilds, they have requisitioned another adventuring party to go and take a look at it.
We didn't talk to Corporal Tucker about Delane or anything, did we? No. He didn't know about any of the chess stuff.
The last time you guys really talked to Taka was when you went and visited them at the barracks, and you had that fire creature emerge from the rift.
Interesting.
Yeah,
It's been a while.
it actually has been quite some time since you guys have had a face to face with Taka, other than just a
Yeah.
back and forth message. Yeah.
What's Delane's dad's name? God, I'm just like...
Bringing up all the old NPCs.
Bring out all the NPCs. I wanted... What?
Clint? Clint.
No. It's not.
Cletus. His name's Cletus.
Wait, wasn't it
Cletus.
Claven?
Claven!
There it is.
Thank you. It was a C.
Nix has got it. Yep.
Because
Yep,
Claven
which
was
was
supposed
also-
to have left town by now. He's not
Yep.
supposed to be here at all.
Yep, that was why he needed. Well, one of the reasons why he needed you guys to go and
Hi, Battle Dinosaur.
purchase Delane from
Yeah.
the auctioneer was
And then
because
we had to
he
get her
couldn't.
out.
Yep. Yeah, there were a lot of reasons. He was also Oswald's employer. So
Okay.
Yep.
Can I... Do we ask Corporal Tucker if he knows about this man, if he has left the city? Do we care? Do we care? No. Ben just... No. Okay, We don't care. I'm not
No.
asking.
I really want to get this kitty doing his hijinks. His
Okay, let's go. That's enough talking. Bye, Corporal Tucker.
All right. The night
I'll-
passes in.
I'll talker to you later.
It's like I've never heard that before.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know what is with her. There is usually a line. Oof.
Oh, God.
But the night passes in a blur of drinking, talking, sleeping, whatever happens, and I suppose we wake up with one day with a particular werecat having a slight itch on wanting to go and do a thing. So, Vander, please kick us off and tell us how exactly you are going to initiate doing a thing.
Well, I really need to go have some tea. Some biscuits and tea. Is anyone free for a little morning tea excursion?
Nofrit would already be in the breakfast area playing chess by herself, just thinking through moves and stuff.
Are you winning?
Table flip.
Yeah, I'm also losing. It's how chess works.
I don't think that's how it works.
No, when you're playing
It's
yourself,
just
it's how
sat
it
there
works.
with their arms crossed, going, "It is how it works. You always lose, no matter if you're winning. It is dumb game. Dumb game."
Wow.
What did you want to do, Vander?
I want to go visit a friend of mine and have some morning tea.
Will there be cake?
There could potentially be cake.
Cake?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it would be as good as yours, Foy.
I volunteer to try. I have tried a lot of phrase cakes. I am a good judge.
Okay.
Therefore, you need me along.
No, Fred, are you gonna stay here and defeat yourself? Not defeat yourself?
I think I'm going to stay here. I've got to check on Theodore as well. I think he's going to be making his next move soon. So.
Okay.
Remain
is fine.
behind and beat herself into a sense of confusion. Gotcha.
Did I get checkmate or not?
No, that's a stalemate. Not only did you lose to yourself, you lost to your other self as well.
And my bread went stale because I took too long. Stalemate.
You
I'm full of them today. I don't want this.
Come, second.
In sessions, I understand.
Yeah.
Let us go have some morning tea.
I
Let
don't
us
want to have to
go-
adult you
okay.
guys. You go do this.
and eat it too.
We're not going to do anything wrong. Just going to have a chat. Have some tea.
Cake.
All right. Potential cake. Yeah. It's the potential cake episode.
You're all so suspicious of me.
Rightly so.
Alright.
Yes, so I would like to head to the house of, is it Randalin?
Rindalum.
Rindalin, yes. I would like to speak to Lady Mandolin.
Okay. So within the Summer District, this is a place you guys have gotten a little bit familiar with, is the large square that houses the Temple of the Sun, with a park behind it. Now, surrounding that park are a number of, I guess you would call them noble estates, or where the wealthiest people within the Summer District reside that are not in guilds. These are their personal places. And they stay here ostensibly because, it's the Summer District. The closer you are to, the worship of your, the Keeper of Summer, the more devout and upstanding an individual you are. So clearly the prominent place is to be around the Temple of the Sun. So you have been here before, Vander?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So along the northern side of the square, you do see a lot of these sort of walled-in little estates. None of them are grossly huge. It is still a city of merchants and guilds. Each one is kind of more to show up its neighbors, it's done up in a different way. Whether it's a splash of colors or art or designs or different topiary or statues within the front yards. They try to make it more a uniqueness of their own. Now, knowing as you do of the House of Rendalum, they themselves kind of have their own claim to a uniqueness, as it were, within the houses of the noble houses of the Summer District. So as you approach, that distracted me. I should be muting that. As you approach, you do see the low sort of they're only about 4.5 foot stone walls with these rising posts at various intervals and an arch that goes across the entryway, but no actual gate that goes down into a long, broad path to the manor of House Rendalum. Your previous visit here, there were a number of guards that were wandering either the front of the manor or who had come up and down the path. Now, the path itself does have a split in the middle as it goes around, into a circular pattern where a tree might be growing in the middle. There's not a tree there, it's just an upturned patch of earth where perhaps there may have been a tree previously. There wasn't one here the last time you were here either. Trees line the inside of the walls all the way around the estate. And it is a large 2-story affair, which, again, we will get to understanding that a little bit more as we, as the rest of the people meet who these people are. But as you approach, you do sort of see the large sort of glass fronts, both the front windows and doors, and then the second-story balconies that have the large sort of almost coloured glass leading out into the balconies, into the large display rooms. But you only see one guard, and it is a large centaur male. He has the sort of silver and blue breastplate on with his spear, and he's not exactly indolent, but he's standing near the front door with nowhere near the amount of sharpness and attention that you would ordinarily associate with a guard. It's almost just like a guy that's nearing the end of his shift and he has been waiting and waiting for his replacement to show up, and he is tired and he is done and he just can't even be bothered moving. He's just kind of there. But you're just approaching? You're just moving straight in?
Casually approaching. Wave to him.
Okay. So you do approach and you sort of wave, and he does make this and sort of, straightens himself up and comes up to his, sort of 6.5 foot height, and he's sort of peers down at you, straightens himself right like he'd been there the whole time. It's like, who approaches the House of Rendalum?
I am Vander. I am a friend of the lady of the house. I would like to ask her if she would be willing to have a cup of tea.
You are a friend of the lady?
Yes.
Okay. Let me get my dice. I'm just going to make a d20 check.
Okay.
Second just kind of smiles and twinkles her fingers too. Kind of towering over Vander.
Yeah, he sort of looks at you with sort of this furrowed look under this very open kind of helmet, and dark hair flowing down his back, and he's just sort of, he doesn't recognize you. To him, you're a random person that's come up to speak with the lady, and he's just kind of, give me a persuasion check, just for the hell of it. We'll see how much this guy actually gives. I think you might need more than a wave.
Oh, I might need that advantage because it's only a 9.
So he tries to look like he gives a shit about his job, and then he sort of turns around and he just, wait here a moment.
Of course.
And sort of approaches the door and just taps a couple of times, and then waits. And he taps again, and then just sort of starts tapping his hoof a little bit. And finally, there's sort of the door opens, and you see a much smaller elven.
Restart.
Ah, they've all lost sound. Interesting. Hello?
Hello?
I think
Okay, sound's back. I muted myself on stream, guys, but I couldn't. Yeah, I think I caught it. Not too far back.
Okay. I don't know where it cut off then. So I'm just gonna kind of continue
I heard
because I'm
about
not.
the hooves, and you had gone into place.
He was tapping his hooves, waiting.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Well, the door was answered by a small elven girl. They had a conversation where he was saying, "Hey, you know,
Guido's at
Evander
the
here
door.
to request breakfast." Yeah. So. Yeah, he's standing there and he's waiting, and you sort of see his body start to relax again into that motion of just, look, I've been here for hours and I just don't give a shit. Until the door sort of opens again, and the girl sort of comes on out, and she sort of presents herself in front of you, and it's kind of like, I'm sorry, what did you say your name was? Because the lady does not recognize you, I'm sorry.
Oh, my name is Vando. I stayed the night a couple of... Oh, could almost be a month ago. I trade stories and entertainment for the company.
You trade stories and entertainment for company. Was there a purpose to your previous visit that she might remember? She's a very busy individual, I'm sorry.
Purpose? Not specifically. It was just to entertain. I told her a story of some of my travels.
Sorry, I hate to say, could you just wait just one more moment, please? If you just a couple more minutes.
Okay.
And she does turn and scampers back inside, not with the sort of elegance and grace you would expect from a house servant. Just gone. And you can see the guard has actually just almost given up his stiff posture, and he's just back down into a, God, I don't care.
It's been a long night there.
It's been just a long everything.
You are noticeably understaffed. There was significantly more guards around when I last came.
Did you say you were here a month ago?
I think it was a month ago.
Then yeah, there would have been.
Has something happened?
Yeah, you can say that. It's not my place to discuss house goings on.
Interesting.
And short time later, the girl does come back, and she does sort of come out and it's like, you can come inside and wait. The lady will be making herself presentable. She would like to meet you personally. She she claims she does remember having a visitor, but she's had a lot of visitors over the last month, so you might forgive her if her memory's a little not as clear as you might hope.
No, that is fine. It is more on me. Clearly, I did not leave a good enough impression on my first visit.
She's just a very, very busy person.
Of course.
So please come with me. And she does take you inside into a little lobby area. Actually, I need to bring up my thing for this because I have my own design on this, so I can actually take a look. Here we are. All right, so she takes you into what is a very, very large open foyer area with a series of they're kind of stairs, but they're more of a ramp with slight niches in them, designed to be traversed by people that might not be of the normal footed variety. And she takes you aside and down to the right into a large dining room area where she bids you all sit, and then asks if you are here for a breakfast or a morning tea, is there something she can grab you initially? You know, a little bit of water, a little bit of a cup of tea or something, just while you wait.
Some water would be nice, and if she has any more of the cranberry tea that I left her from last visit.
Very good. I can see if she does. Was there anything else from the other two? Looking at Sekhet, I'm guessing, and Freyalise.
Oh, the cranberry tea sounds most pleasing.
Okay, 2 for cranberry tea, and you, miss?
I'll take cranberry tea as well.
I'll make that 3. Very good. I'll be back shortly.
Oh, you will love the cranberry tea. It was such an interesting way I acquired it. I was so glad I found someone who appreciated it so.
What kind of cake do you think would go well with cranberry?
I mean, chocolate tends to go well with everything.
Ray's just gonna put her hands in her pocket, as she usually does. And she's just gonna pull out just a normal, few slices of chocolate cake.
I think our hostess would very much appreciate a little bit of your gift.
Right. So the room you are in is rather large. It's white tiled floor with a large blue and red rug under this very long table. This table can probably seat about 12 people. It is a big, not quite a banquet, but it is a big dining table. There are a couple of serving tables off to the side. And even from your small amount of time in here, you see one other servant-ish kind of individual that sort of tromps past. It's more of a dwarven fellow that sort of tromps through, takes a quick look in there and it just has that whole sort of there's visitors? What? Before moving on. Hang on. And it's a short time before the elven girl comes back bearing a tray where she has 3 mugs of steaming cranberry tea and places them down and hands them out to you before she just sort of stands there nervously fidgeting, kind of trying to emulate a servant, but not really managing to hide the fact that this is probably not something she's trained to do.
Would you like some chocolate cake? Frey is very good with cake.
I would love some chocolate cake, but I've already eaten, thank you.
What about the dessert portion, though?
It's a little early for that for me, but thank you. I do appreciate it. Please enjoy the tea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. So it's possibly about 15 minutes more or so before the lady of the house finally puts in an appearance. And her approach is on these sort of hard marbled tiles, is immediately, accompanied by the clopping of hooves. As two centaurs come out through the large open doorway, you see one is another guard that's in slightly less guard-like armor, but is quite clearly bearing his weapons openly. And the other is the individual, Vander, that you know as the Lady Madeline Rendal.
My lady.
The lady of the House of Rendalum, the centaur with her. She has darkened hair that flows down her back. It also comes down over her shoulders, and she has a kind of a filmy yellow dress that comes down the front that initially looks very sheer until you realize it's several layers that all shift as she moves, and her her forelegs kind of kick it up and move it around. And whilst it looks a little messy to begin with, you notice that as she moves, it's been perfectly designed to kind of take stock of her brown coat and just make this shimmering sort of illusion of movement all around her, like it's kind of just loosely flowing. And you can see that part of her hair is bound up in a golden ring, and so is her tail. She has a golden ring just at its base, and then it flares out almost like it's been groomed quite extensively. But as she sort of... What was that?
Just really glad you didn't bring back the horse girl in the body of No Fred to this place.
You had the option, and
I
you
know,
had
but
you
it's
had
good
no
because
idea.
I don't know if No Fred's a horse girl or not. And I would have to negotiate that now.
Yep. This particular character or this particular situation has been here for a long time, and this is the one thing you decided to sit out. But that's okay.
Wait till we get to later things.
There is a noble house. There is a noble house of the Summer Realms that is in fact all centaurs.
Do they
We found it.
What? But as she sort of comes on, and she has a she's been very done up. She's very much as you would remember her. She's gone for kind of a what appears to be a simple thing, but it's presented in a way that is very very subtle in the fact that she's showing off how rich she is in her simplicity. And that goes through to her makeup and everything else. And she sort of moves forward, and the centaur guard beside her just kind of takes up a place, keeping an eye over all of you as she moves forward. And as she approaches, she does scan a lot of you with this neutral expression before landing on you, Vander.
My lady, you are as gorgeous as I remember.
Oh, and you are a talker, aren't you? So lovely to meet you again, Vander. I'm sorry, the name initially did not ring a bell. My apologies, it has been a terrible time as of late. I do have to say, though, upon beholding your amazing countenance, it has all come rushing back to me, that lovely night you spent here. You were here for some breakfast?
Just a spot of tea. I actually came to discuss potential business with you, maybe. But also, I wanted to see how you were. I have been out of town for a little bit.
Oh, you've missed a little bit. There's been some going on.
I have noticed.
Yes. You have some tea already. Would you also like anything to eat with that? We can have Eve and Douglas provide that for you.
My dear friend here, Frey, has provided us some chocolate cake. If you would like to partake of that. She is quite the connoisseur of sweets.
If you would like anything else, I can possibly make it.
I trust your judgment, my dear. Have you come fully armored?
Yeah. I haven't taken my
Yep.
weapons off, so yes.
Freylis?
Yeah,
Okay.
she would have.
Right, just as a note.
Barbarian.
Yeah, you're a barbarian. Yeah. I'm assuming you still have your weapon with you, though.
Oh.
Yeah. So she does sort of look over. It's like, I would love to partake a little bit of that, but if you don't mind, Eve, and yeah, the little elven girl does sort of scamper over, and she does request, another tea. She sort of very, very subtly sniffs the air, which you'll pick up, Vander, and probably you, Freylis, because your passive perceptions are ridiculous, and immediately notes the hints of the cranberry tea. And Eve goes off to prepare a little bit more, and the Lady Madeline does not partake of your chocolate cake initially. She waits for Eve to return, and as Eve accepts the chocolate cake from you and then slides it over, you notice that Eve herself takes just a little bit of the chocolate cake and eats it first, and Lady Madeline waits.
See, I thought you would like some.
She smiles nervously at you. Not responding, but just smiles. After about 30 seconds or so, she sort of looks up and gives a slight nod before Lady Madeline sort of resting on this large sort of almost divan kind of thing at the head of the table. Pulls aside a little bit of cutlery and just delicately eats a little bit of the chocolate cake, just enough to maintain propriety, as opposed to anything else.
Do we know what if they're associated with any guilds?
Well, now that's interesting. I would say probably only Vander might have that knowledge. So, Vander, if you would like to make a history check, having had some interactions with this lady before.
Sure.
Yep.
Oh, it's a natural 20 and I have no bonus to it!
Oh.
So it's just a 20.
I love it. I love it. A natural 20. Natural 20, baby.
Hev Uwu, thank you for the
Yes.
follow. Welcome to the game.
As it turns out, not only does the House Rendalum have an association with a guild, they are in fact one of the major contributing houses to one of the top guilds within the Summer District, one Equinus Farjon. As the House of Rendalum have been known for quite some time as top-notch livestock breeders and horse breeders. The horse breeding that they do, many. Okay, sorry, Becca, you chose to sit this out. Are actually not only many of the horses used for the Rangers of the Realm, which is why the Summer Realms have a renowned sort of a cavalry and scouts.
Just walked off.
It is why, they are a large contributing factor as to why Equinus Farjon is so successful, because they have bred some of the best horses known within the Eastern Reach for multiple purposes, whether it is for riding, for draft, for war, for speed, whatever. The House Rendalum is incredibly successful, but they were not always, because with a natural 20, the House Rendalum were not always, I'm going to just go into it. The House Rendalum were not always known as the House Rendalum. In fact, it was only this last generation where they had their name changed to that. The Centaur tribe that the Lady Madeline and her family come from were always known for breeding the best livestock, but they had a number of, shall we say, questionable interactions with the Rangers of the Realm and a number of other factions within the Summer Realms, just over like territorial rights and whatnot. Things like that.
Not because they're half horse.
Not because they're half horse.
Okay.
No, it's not a racial thing. It is not a racial thing. No.
Dang it! Why did I not go? no! That's so bad.
The moment you said you were staying behind, I'm kind of like, oh well, choices have been made.
Ooh.
But there was a member of that tribe who took power, who changed the course of the tribe, a Regarius Limrender, because the Renderlims were once known as the Limrenders. And upon performing an unknown deed that is only rumored of within the populace for the House Ulrith, so the ruling family of the Summer Realms, and then subsequently going on to be one of the few individuals to successfully complete the Trial of Reardon, an event held annually at the height of summer within the Summer Realms, and therefore get to request a boon of the king elevated his tribe to nobility, whereupon the Limrenders changed their name to Rendalim, and the head of the house became Lord Reginald instead of Regarius Rendalim, and his daughter was the Lady Madeline. By the way, Becca, Regarius Limrender, you may not remember this, but you ran a one-shot where I played a centaur.
Oh, I bloody did. I was like, no, that name sounded so familiar. And I was like,
this is how long I have been sitting on this.
damn.
And you set it out.
I know.
The actual horse girl.
Yep.
Whose character may or may not also be a horse girl.
Oh yeah, with a natural 20, you basically not only realize, like, these guys are the backbone of one of the top guilds, Aquinas Farjon. They are really high in the nobility. It was a granted nobility, not a bloodline. And yeah, they're pretty well up there. They are definitely associated with a guild, to answer your initial question. But I figured, hey, natural 20, I'm just going to dump all of that lore on you right now rather than find it out later.
I mean,
Pieces.
They had a lot of talking the night I was here. They told me all about their history because I am
They got drunk.
such
like,
great company.
Oh my god, we bred horses.
Some of it is well-known history. It's just because you now have that connection between Madeline Rendalim and Aquinas Farjon, the rest of it just kind of falls into place. So, but yes.
Shapoopies, don't worry, we have notebooks here. You gotta keep up with the lore by writing in your notebook.
But yeah.
So, yes. She is a part of the Equinas?
The Aquinas Farjon.
Aquinas Farjon.
Yep. Which is also one of the guilds that Geis told you about that was not challenging the Cerulean Dawn, but was continuing to have success after success and rising, not rapidly, but consistently. And a lot of that is due to the House of Rendalim. Yep.
Oh, now I want to know more about what's the situation.
Well, you're here. Now's the time.
Yes. How is your house doing, my lady? There was a lot more guards out the front last time I was here.
Oh, yes. The last time you were here, we discussed, certain. You are of course very well aware of my collections that I like to have. I have decided that, well, to move on from that little hobby, it was a passing interest. So I've decided to sell a lot of them off, which, means that I'm not quite spending as much time here, and therefore don't need as many staff as I might normally. So there are fewer around for right now.
Oh, that is a very logical and very smart business move. I very much approve of that. You did mention that there was going to be an auction. That was one of the reasons I came to talk. Because I've been out of the city for quite a while. I'm not sure if I have missed the auction.
Oh, unfortunately, my dear Vander, you have.
I have? No.
Yes, the auction was held last week. Thus the need for me not to have quite so many lovely servants around.
Oh, did that lovely dagger you have, was that sold?
Why'd you still be interested in it?
Of course, it was the only thing I was interested in. It was the reason I actually went out of the city. I was hoping to make some money to be able to potentially put an offer in.
It was not claimed at auction.
It was not.
It was not. And whilst I have had one or two other interested parties, as of yet, no one has successfully managed to procure it.
Hey, can I just ask, when
Yep.
it finally clicked for a second that this was the actual like this is the actual place?
This
the
is the
dagger
actual.
was?
I don't know. I'm not making that that connection for you. Would it finally click for a second?
What's the matter, Becca? You're regretting your decisions more and more?
I just rolled for it, right? I just rolled just to see if Seket's finally like over her chocolate cake and like holy and like hearing the dagger like holy shit. I just rolled a nat 20.
Oh my god, let's go!
Quick little sub note. Hey, Gamestitch, that thing you're referring to there, a centaur with the head of a horse and the body of a human, I've got a picture for that. I was looking for pictures of centaurs the other day and I found one and it is disturbing.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, I've seen pictures of those.
I'm not talking about it's like it's right. It's just like that is just not a thing that should exist. Disturbing. Like yeah. Anyway. Right. So you got a natural 20 to determine what?
Whether I would remember like
was it
Seket
the-
got
Okay.
The neck too?
It was the horse. It was the horse. It was the. I don't even know how to describe it. I need to find the picture again. It was the horse head and its neck, and then it was the human waist down.
Wait, did it have like arms as hooves?
No, it had no arms.
Oh,
It was a horse head and a pair of human legs.
I fucking hate that. No. No. No.
some horse girl you are. You can't love all horses.
Basically,
That's
BoJack
not a
Horseman
horse.
without
Oh, no.
arms, yeah.
That's the spawn of Satan. I'm not loving that.
Arms, yeah. That was what I mean by it was the like even if it had arms, if it was just like the head on a human neck, like,
No.
that I could almost deal with. It was a horse head and then just a pair of legs.
No. I'm so traumatized.
Just mid-run. Yes. Yeah, if you found it. Yeah, that's the one today. Mid-run. Yep. Anyway, moving on. So, Seki, you have made that connection, have you?
Yeah. Seket just sits up straighter. Almost just logic fatigue.
But
She
yes.
doesn't say anything though.
no, yeah. So yeah, the lady, So the Lady Madeline does tell you that there have been interested parties, and so far nobody has managed to procure said dagger. So there is a small light of interest that sparks into her otherwise just pretending to be interested, demeanor.
Oh, I'd be interested to know what is your going price for it then? I don't know if I've made enough, but I'm curious to see how far off I might be.
Well, you stepped out of town, you say, to try and earn some coin. You, if I remember correctly, you are an interested collector of such items.
I am.
What would you say, in your experience, would be the going price for an object such as this?
See, that is the thing. I would consider such an object to be priceless.
It's hard to sell then, isn't it?
It is, which is probably why I understand why you've had so difficulty in actually selling it and letting it go. It is such a wonderful piece.
You and I discussed the history of it when you were here last.
We did. We discussed a bit of its history.
Do you remember what that was?
Nope.
Okay.
I remember the discussion. I don't remember what it was.
So she goes on to explain, because I'm not going to do that. She goes on to explain that very, very briefly, a shortened version of what she had told you the first time you were here. In that this dagger has historical significance, in that it was wielded by an assassin and killed the general of one of the Lyran army during a particular battle in the past. As that assassin then took the place of the general and managed to open the gates of that city, allowing the enemy inside. This dagger has passed from hand to hand, and there are rumors that it is cursed. There are rumors that the general's spirit lingers within. As all items of this sort of significance in a world like this do, it gets bigger and better with more retellings. Exactly what the truth of it is, you don't know. Although, in your expertise with daggers, it does have an age to it. So it is entirely possible that in whatever particular battle, siege, war that she is referring to, this dagger might be old enough to actually have done what history suggests it did. In which case, you can then understand that it is a very expensive piece.
Did you say the Lyran army?
Lyran. Yep.
Wasn't that fight with the tapestry depictions and stuffs? Is it all leading back to the same fight?
Who's asking what?
This
was
is
not
Crystal
asking.
outside going,
Crystal,
oh my gosh.
who saw the tapestry in
In the Bastion.
Yep.
No, but there was the tapestry in
Lyran.
No, Fury
Fazal.
Fazal. In the inn in Fury
Yeah.
Fazal.
So
Oh.
cool. Shit.
Maybe, although the very brief description of the assassin then taking the identity of the general to let an army in does sound particularly, specific. So whilst there's no hard, fast proof, it's possible. Who knows? I, as the DM, am not straight out going to tell you that.
Has this piece been like carbon dated? Do we know it's actually this old?
The only one of you that has seen it, and has only seen it, is Vander.
Oh.
And I just said, in his knowledge of daggers, this thing does appear to have an age of which it could have participated in many of the wars and battles that Lyra participated in centuries past. It is a dagger with an age to it.
Surely you have some idea of how much you would be willing to let it go for.
I need to remember I'm not there.
Oh, I do. I just always enjoy seeing what people would offer for it first, and then I can either take them up on that offer because it's far too much, or laugh them out of my house.
I like you.
I like me too.
You are a shrewd businesswoman, which is also why I am not going to give you an answer to that question.
I wish my sister
Very
could
smart.
be you. She could learn a thing or two about the coins.
I would fear the amount of
Fascinating.
damage the world would suffer if Northwest was to learn from you.
It would be phenomenal, Vandor.
It would absolutely be, and I think the world is lucky that you decide to stay just in this city. Because a woman of your talent and power would easily conquer it.
Well, if I had a mind to it, I'm sure. I'm quite happily moving on to my next projects. As I say, I'm done with collecting things. It's a
What have you
phase.
moved to? Anything interesting?
I'm sure you will forgive me if I'm not willing to divulge that information to somebody I just met less than an hour ago. You seem lovely, but I don't know you.
That is fair. So, if we were to, say, skip over the monetary value of the dagger, because I prefer acquiring daggers as a way of a gift. Is there something I could do for you that in turn you would gift it to me?
A gift?
What is there something you need?
If you could in some way find a gift in a sum of money that would sate my interest, then yes. I have no need of favors right now. I honestly have all of the favors I could possibly need. You tell such wonderful stories, but a story's also not enough. So, how about we begin with this? No less than 5,000 gold to begin.
5,000 gold.
No less.
No, that is a very good starting.
Second chokes a little bit on the chocolate cake. She ain't as good at this looking cool, smooth talking.
Hydration. I've got a cup of tea here. I hope that's all right.
Yes, Gumstitch, this group is incredibly devoid of any form of mental communication right now.
Ah. Oh,
It's not
You're
true.
not there though. So
No,
this
no,
group.
Did
I
we not?
don't think
Have we not purchased? Nah, that's
No.
my question. I don't think we've picked them up yet.
We haven't picked them up yet.
But we will. We will have a way of communicating.
You will.
The only issue
And should this devolve into something else, we can just say you have at that point. But yeah.
but it's
Alright.
only within 100 feet. So it's also
Sorry, with
useless.
100 feet. Yep. Okay. If you would like, because you're not asking, somebody would like to do an insight check on her for that.
I was just about to.
Okay. Yep.
Where is it? There it is. Oh, fuck's sake. No, a 6.
I got a 7.
excellent.
I rolled
Nice.
a 2.
Oh no. You know what? 5,000 gold seems, I don't know, fair. I guess.
Yeah, it's
You don't know. It's a value on a thing that apparently is,
valuable.
old and historical and shit. So maybe.
Well, I would offer to tell you another tale, but everyone keeps saying you are very busy. Do you have enough time for me to enlighten your day with a bit of a story, or?
I have a couple of hours, I suppose, before I have other business I need to attend to. I was taking this one opportunity I had to sleep in, but now that you are here,
Oh, my
If-
apologies. I did not realize you were sleeping.
your company more than makes up for it. It's fine.
Oh, you are far too kind.
Second chokes again. just.
If you are willing to regale us with a story, I am more than willing to sit and listen.
Oh, of course. Let me tell you the tale of these 2 daggers in particular. This is from the Pirate Lord, and this one is the Hero of the Sea. Now, I can actually tell you guys the story, or do we want to skip over that?
I'm going story time.
There's some interested faces.
there seems to be.
That,
Go on, Vander. If you would like to regale us with a story, please. Yep, no. Chat's asking for it too. There you go.
Very well, everyone, get a
Let's
comfortable
go!
seat. Let me tell you the tale of the Pirate Lord and the Hero of the Sea, and how I acquired their daggers. So, I was traveling around in my cat form, of course, and I found my way to a dock town. I had never actually seen the ocean before. It was a marvelous thing to behold. So I sat out on the pier, just resting, napping, just relaxing. I heard footsteps behind me. And then, kathun! There's a cage around me. I had no idea what was going on, but the man picked me up and said, "Aha! You will be perfect for our ship. You will catch all the rats." Excellent. I'm glad I did not have to pay for you. I was like, okay, this is an interesting development. I get to go on a ship. So on to this ship I went. I found out very quickly I do not like ships. They move around. And although there is quite a lot of mice to chase, the crew was not very kind to me. They were very gruff, very grumpy, except for the lovely cabin boy. He was nice, though he also got the shit kicked out of him too. There was one particular crew member who threatened to eat me and skin me several different ways if I did not catch enough mice. So I started leaving dead mice in his hammock. It was, oh, it was so funny to see him scream when he wakes up with a little rat on his nose. But as we were traveling around, a storm started to hit. The waves crashed. The rain came. I found my way to the only dry spot in the ship, the captain's quarters. There I see the captain, and with a very harsh dagger, this one in particular. He was looking over a map. He was cursing and swearing that he did not understand. Why couldn't he find what he was looking for? I was just finding a warm little corner to snuggle up in, because I didn't want to get wet. There was a flash of lightning, and he screamed, "Aha!" I was like, "What?" "I see your secret map." And he picked it up and put it against the window. Waited and waited. Then another flash. Something illuminated on the map. Secret. A way to read it. No. Interesting. He said, "I know where I'm going now." And he slammed his dagger into the table. He called forth his second mate. "We have our heading." We headed off into the night. The storm passed. As the daylight crept in, there was a shout. "Ship ahoy!" I heard the captain get up from his bed. Yes, it's been a while since we've had some fresh meat. It occurred to me at that point, I am on a pirate ship. I am in a pirate crew. Oh, this is a fantastic turn of events. Oh, I sneak outside and I get to watch, and there is our prey coming forward. A little merchant vessel. Oh, this is great. As we get closer, they're pirates who I now know. And it explains why they are all so gruff and angry and willing to kill me. They're ready. They throw grappling hooks onto the merchants' vessels, and they're all getting ready, excited to board and to pillage. When there is movement from the merchant's vessel, a figure flies through the masks, lands in the middle of our ship. They boarded us first. What is this ridiculousness? It is a man. He is cloaked so suave. He has a wonderful little mustache, a lovely top hat with a feather in his cap. As he stands there drawing a rapier and a curved dagger, he stands there, in the middle of this pirate crew, defiant. Cocky, even. I hear the captain shout, "You!" They know each other. How interesting. I wonder what story they have between each other. But the captain charges forward. He draws his fetchon, and he goes in for a strike. The battle rages on between these two. The other pirates, they simply get out of the way. One of them tried, and the captain used him as a shield as the hero kind of stabbed through him. It was very bloody. It was amazing. The fight went on. They both kind of danced around. They seemed to just move so elegantly. It was surprising. The wind helped their movements. They even started to ascend the masts, using the ropes to guide themselves up and around and around and up. At this point in time, some of the pirates had also started jumping onto the merchant vessel, as they were also jumping onto our vessel. There was a fighting everywhere. It was chaotic. It was a nightmare. As I'm running around, I find a little hiding spot. It's good, no? And then I look up and I see on the top of the mast, the hero and the pirate lord fighting each other. Oh, the grand clashes. The pirate lord does a flicky and a swish, and he knocks the dagger out of the hero's hand. It comes flying down, standing right next to me. It almost skewered me. Oh, this is terrible, but I mean, if it's just going to sit there, I might as well borrow this for a little bit. I jump off into a life, because it seemed like this might be the next safest spot. And I see hiding underneath the canvas the little cabin boy. Oh, the clever boy. He knew what he was doing. all of a sudden, there was an explosion from the merchant ship. It rocked everything. They started to tie together. Another explosion rocked. Everyone was screaming and running, unsure of what was happening. The ship started to sink. I realized, oh, I'm already in a lifeboat. I think it's time we make our escape. And the cabin boy cut the ropes. He knew he was getting out of here, and I was definitely going with him. As the ships started to fall, we saw others, the merchant crew, the pirate crew jumping into the water. There was one of them who grabbed onto our boat, and I recognized this man. This is the one who wanted to skin me. Oh, no, monsieur, you are not coming aboard. I transformed into my wonderful form in front of you. And I picked up the hero's dagger, and I said, no. You can go away now. He was so shocked, he could not believe it. It was so funny. He just kind of let go and floated away. There was another explosion. The ships really started to sink now. They were going down faster. I told the cabin boy, grab the other oar. We will paddle away. And so we rushed. It was terrible, but we managed to escape the sinking ships. We were lost in the ocean. What are we going to do? I had very little food. The cabin boy didn't have any. I offered him some of my rations, and I noticed he had, suspiciously, he had the pirate lord's dagger. I offered him a trade. He accepted. Oh, very kind, very clever. Very well. And I said I will spend most of my time in the cat form. I consume less food. It is much safer. He agreed to this. And he started paddling. He seemed to know which direction to go. Every now and again, he would stop. He would focus. And he would adjust the boat and head off. I believe his gift was sensing land. Which then made it... Now that I think about it, I do need to have a discussion with Nofert about this. She can sense water. Which is like the perfect gift for a desert people. And this boy can sense land, which is the perfect gift for a sea dweller. I wonder, do gifts manifest because it is needed? Or do they have the gifts and find the location that it is most needed to use it in? Interesting philosophical question, no? One, of course, one of your nobility and intelligence would ponder and be able to discuss in parties. But as we went on, it took about 5 days. 5 days! Spending time on the ocean. I can tell you now, I do not want to go onto the ocean again. I've had my fill. But land was sighted. Made it back. I bid farewell to our little cabin boy. I never even got his name. But I did notice, as I was shaking his hand goodbye, a certain map hidden in his pouch. Clever boy. I hope he finds that. I don't know if he knows the secret. But I trust him nevertheless. And that is how I got my hands on these two wonderful daggers. That is my story.
Sickett is just there
Amazing.
like jaw
Wow.
But did he find it?
I don't know.
Oh.
That is his story, not mine.
Even the Lady Madeline is just kind of...
Oh,
She's heard me
Waiting.
tell stories before.
She has, yes. Yeah. What I'm going to get you to do, though, is I'm going to get you to just roll a performance check with advantage.
Okay.
Chat's giving you the advantage, I think. Chat's pretty convinced.
Well, the first one was a 19 and the second's a 13.
Nice.
Performance plus 3, so 22.
Damn.
22.
Damn.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, she has heard you tell stories before. Don't know if it's quite been one like that, because a lot of your stories seem to revolve around the daggers.
They're all stories about how I got them.
They're all stories about them. And each one seems to be, so far, wild and fantastical, but adventures of daring do and, just happening to be in the right place at the right time. Always. And the Lady Rendalum is just once again just sitting there with just the chin resting lightly on her fingers, smiling at you, and it's kind of like, yes, I do remember you correctly now. You do tell the most wonderful stories. Thank you. Thank you for that. You know what? I don't even mind having missed out some sleep for that.
I am glad you appreciated it, but I am also still very sorry that I interrupted your nap.
Nothing to worry about. That was more than worth it. So, back to the dagger.
Oh, of course.
Speaking of. Is that amenable to you? Speaking of 5,000, or are we just shelving that for now?
Unfortunately, I think we have to shelve it for now. I do not have that amount of coin on me.
Unfortunate. A dagger with this sort of historical value, I think, would be wonderful in your hands.
I very much would love it to be, but I understand.
Someone that cares so much about their collectibles, far more, I think, than I might. And that's saying something.
You did value them, and you took great care on them.
I do still, but I'm just moving on. Is it that particular dagger you're interested in? What can't interest you and maybe something else for something a little bit less?
No, that one is definitely one I have my heart set on. It calls to me in a way.
As all true collectors with their objects do.
Plus, I think it would be a fantastic story to talk about how I managed to negotiate the price with the great Madeline Rendelin.
Stop.
But I do not wish to take too much of your time. You are very busy after all. You have humored us quite enough, and I appreciate that greatly.
And I appreciate that. Anytime you want to stop by again, please, I will make sure that all here know the name Vander. You will always be my guest for giving me a gift of story such as that. And as long as the dagger remains in my possession, if you do ever happen to get the coin for it, it will be yours.
A goal to achieve. Oh, I look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right?
She does sort of rise from her divan and sort of, very, very demurely kind of part some of the remaining chocolate crumbs off the front of her little layered shimmery dress before sort of clasping her hands in front of her and just sort of nodding at you all and standing there.
We will take our leave now.
Very good. I don't really wish to hurry you, but it is now time for me to deal with some other business. So thank you once again, all of you. The chocolate cake was delicious, dear. Looking at you, Frailise.
Ray's just gonna smile back. Just smile and be like, I'm glad that you enjoyed it.
Yep.
We'll head on out. Don't think we need an escort. We can...
Yep. This ground floor is large, open rooms that are pretty easy to navigate. I mean, you'd walk out of the dining room, turn left, and you're out in the main the main sort of entrance lobby where the main door would be. I do have a map for it, but that's only if other things required it. So as you do go, the other centaur sort of accompanies you while the Lady Madeline remains behind. And as you do, he does sort of stand there, and the door is opened for you. The little almost dour sort of dwarf that you saw walk past before, sort of saunters on up with his hands in his pockets. And he sort of looks at you, sort of just kind of having that little sort of almost like he's an older fellow, but he's almost kind of got that petulant street child look to him, where he's just kind of looking up at you with his hand in his pockets and just. You tell stories real good. Sorry, I was listening.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Here. She, she won't admit it, but, she does appreciate collecting stories, too. But on her behalf, and he hands over just a small little soft pouch for you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Please send my thanks to the lady.
I will do that. She will receive that thanks, as, of course, she knows about this transaction.
I winked at him.
And he nods, puts his hands back in his pockets, whirls on his heel, and, trods on off. An odd little dwarf in the service of a centaur lady. Yes, you step back out into the morning sunshine. Where you see that it looks like the slightly lightly armored centaur guard takes over from the one who looks very tired and exhausted, who then just kind of flops off around the side of the building to, I'm guessing, probably get some rest.
To go to his stables, huh?
He has a room. Alright, so, what now, may I ask? By the way, that story was fucking delightful, mate.
I've been sitting on it for a while.
10 out of 10.
The way you told it, I thought you might have been.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah, I loved it.
I am trying to come up with different stories for some of the daggers.
That was you sort of mentioned to me you were, and the moment you're sort of talking about a story for a dagger, it's like, I'm up for it. Let's see if everybody else is.
Oh man.
It was great.
Good.
The curved dagger is the one with the unusual hilt that requires a lot of flourishing and moving your hand to use it.
It's almost one of those Arabian style daggers, right? Yeah.
That was the heroes?
That was the heroes one. The pirate lords one is more like brutish. It's very straight. It's very solid. It's the kind of dagger that you slam into a wall or something.
Yeah. It's a big stabbing. Like you don't slice things with that dagger. It is a knife. It is
There is no elegance to that dagger, and I will generally wield both of them at the same time if I am using them.
One for stabbing, one for slashing. Yeah.
I like it.
While we were sitting there, I remembered talking to the trash wizard. He wanted us to get that dagger.
No, this is my dagger.
Trash? I keep hearing about this trash wizard. What is he like?
You were in a food coma.
Is he actually in the trash?
It's kind of in the trash, under a bridge. It's a whole thing.
Frey's just gonna look very perplexed. I'm never eating so much cake that I go into a coma.
You say that now. I will remind you of that later. So, why do you want this dagger?
Because I want the dagger.
Because it's a dagger, right?
He's a
Checks
cat
out.
and he wants
Checks
it.
out.
Yeah.
That's correct. So, are you going to say $5,000, 5,000 goldie pieces for that knife?
I mean, I'm definitely considering it now. I did think about perhaps just acquiring it elsewhere. But she is such a lovely lady. I'm wondering if the connections would be better off unspoiled.
I mean, what if you had no connection?
Exactly. If I had no what would Nofwet say about destroying a business connection?
You'd see, like, the Second's eyes roll to the top and just, like...
All else fails, I can just run away. But I am a little worried now that you are both potentially implicated in this. So, for the moment, I know where the dagger is. I know what it is needed to require it. And it can be something we walk towards. We see if my mood changes. Let us go see if Nofwet has managed to actually beat herself.
Oh, she's going to lose either way. That game is cursed, I swear.
All right.
Okay.
So, with that, what's you guys returning to the Rusted Coppers, are you?
Yeah.
Can I have been
Alright.
doing something while they were gone?
Yes, you can have been doing something while they were gone.
Yeah, tell us your story.
I do play chess for a little bit, but then I checkmate myself and get kind of upset. But then I realize I was playing chess with myself. So it's not a bad
yeah.
day. But then I do go up to the room and I'm going to just like pull out the crystals that I have. I'm gonna put Ember Shard into my left forearm. And I'm gonna put Unbroken Flame into my right forearm because I haven't actually attuned with either of these yet.
Do you have a bonded crystal already?
I do. I have the Luck Crystal, which is on my collarbone.
So we'll deal with this one at a time.
Okay. Are they gonna have a tiff at each other?
Because this is how the crystals work. If they are living crystals, we're not exactly big fans of sharing hosts sometimes.
I'm only a
unless there's
skinny
synergy.
little host as well.
So the luck one is what, in your collarbone?
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah. And so you're putting this one in your forearm.
Yes.
Starting with Ember Shard.
Do Ember Shard, yeah.
Okay.
That's the one that will protect me.
I need you. That's the protection one?
That's the one
yeah,
that
it
has
is.
the 2 charges.
Yes. Okay. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me as you place this crystal to your bare forearm and attempt to meld with it.
Let's have these guys come back to me unconscious. Let's go!
Oh my god.
Oh, it fell out of the bowl. It rolled a 9, but it fell out of the bowl, so make it a 15.
15?
Yeah.
15's fine. Whilst there's not exactly a lot of synergy between, your luck crystal and the Ember Shard, these 2 crystals seem to find a general meeting of, this is okay. We're not going to be competing for any form of resource, so we can for now share this vessel.
Okay.
So you have currently attuned to 2 crystals.
Okay.
And you're now going to try Unbroken Flame.
Yeah.
Okay. So the DC is going to be higher. The thing being, because you guys are higher level, it's now easier for you to attune to 2 crystals at once.
Okay, but I'm gonna be a rebel and do 3.
But yeah, 3 is going to be the new 2.
All right.
Like it used to be, you could attune with 1 no problem, and 2 is difficult. Now it's 2 is. It's not difficult. It's reasonable. 3 is difficult.
Okay. Big money, no whammies. Oh. That would be 24. I rolled above average for once in my
Wow.
life.
Which is, yeah, that's a really good roll. That is more than enough. Especially as Unbroken Flame and Ember Shard were specifically found together because they do synergize together. So there isn't a lot of sort of conflicting interest there. So it's almost like this 3 sets of wills of these crystals, in that Embershard comes to bat for Unbroken Flame in convincing the Luck Crystal that this is okay. So
You're like, we could have the arms. You could have that little bone up there.
so yeah. So against all odds, your sorcerer now has attuned to 3 living crystals.
Hell yeah.
Hell
Unbroken
yeah.
Flame, wow, yeah, and Embershard. That's yeah, it's a good combo to have managed to combine. They were found together because they were designed to be used together. So yep.
And this is going to help a no-fret who is squishy.
Yep. All right.
So just to clarify, Embershard does the 2 charges. It can either reflect 2 points of damage per charge, or it can imbue a D10 on an attack. That's like
I believe
fire-related or something.
believe that's correct.
And then I think
I will.
yeah, we
Unbroken
can
Flame.
check it.
Oh yeah, I'll double check it later. It's on a different checklist. I believe Unbroken Flame was the one that creates an aura around you that you and all allies increase all the fire damage you do by like
1 point within
per
50
dice.
feet. Yeah.
Yeah, per dice. So if you were to cast a fireball, which is 8d6, you're rolling 8d6 plus 8. Yeah, you just get a flat plus 8 damage. So
That's cool.
yeah.
I like fire.
Yeah, you haven't used a lot of it though.
I have create bonfire. What are you talking about? I burned. No, I'm not going to talk about that. Let's not. Talk about
No,
the
yeah,
time I burned down a
you've
building.
burned down your share of buildings in your time.
Oh,
All right. So, is there anything else you were doing while these guys were away, having
down.
having tea and not crumpets?
I threw something at you as a message, but just to say that.
I did see that. That
Yeah.
is something I'm going to address more as a group thing, though.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. 'Cause it's going to have to happen at some stage. So.
And then I chose my staff.
Yep.
I'm going to get it. I'm going to regret whichever choice I make.
Again, you don't have to choose right now, as long as by the time we get into
Spider-Man.
an actual activity, you know, whether that be a hunter, a heist, or whatever, as long as you get, by the time you get into an actual activity, you've chosen. So you don't have to choose right now.
Okay.
Because it's all the downtime stuff. So.
Okay, I'll keep thinking. That's all, Governor.
Yes. And saying you regret it later is the heart of all talent tree choices, let's be honest, that you can't undo.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I have a thing Second would like to try.
Yes.
Because Goldilocks was very much like, we should talk.
Yeah.
So Second is going to cast her mind back to the baths that had these ointment things.
Little hallucinogenic unguents, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Oh, no. Are you going to go tripping too now?
She gonna go tripping.
Oh, God.
Gonna be like that bald halfling. Yeah.
And she's gonna do it as Hetty because Hetty is smaller, so therefore should have a bigger effect.
All right. Hetty
I love that reasoning. Okay. All right. So are you? Oh, it doesn't matter. At some point, are you going there by yourself, or you got others coming with you?
I am going to the bathhouse with the steamings. Does anyone else want to come?
Sure.
I think it would be very good for a cat because it's not that wet.
Bit of nice steam. Sure, I'll give it a go.
I've been there fairly recently.
Oh.
That was
Sorry, quick callback. Vander, what did you do with that pouch the dwarf gave you?
oh,
I would have put it in my pouch.
Okay, cool. You haven't opened it?
it's just a pouch
Gotcha.
inside of a pouch.
It's a pouch inside of a pouch. It's in a
Pouch in a
hidden
pouch.
part of the pouch.
Gotcha.
At
Right.
some point, he would definitely open it to take a look.
Okay, would you like me to tell you what's in it?
Sure.
Okay. So the first thing you notice upon opening it is that there is a key. The second thing you notice that wrapped around the key is a note. The third thing you notice that underneath the key, with a note wrapped around it, is just a small little spherical gem.
Was not what I was thinking.
Oh.
Ooh.
It's a love letter. Da-na-na-na-na.
And what does the note say?
Ba-na-na-na-na.
It's the na-na-na-na.
Not quite.
Bad to the bone. Na-na-na.
On it is written in very short cursive handwriting, after dark, back manor, front door.
Da-na-na-na-na.
By the bike shed's gonna dig.
We all know what the lady means when she says come through the services entrance.
Cool.
Oh.
This is an adult game, R18 peeps. No.
So,
She does.
Shaboopies! She does enjoy many visitors. I'm sorry, I'm derailing.
I know
Oh,
what I'm
that's
doing.
okay.
I know what I'm going to be doing now.
So we'll zip back to Sekhet for now that that's happened. And then we can come back around to that. Right. So, who all was going with Sekhet? I assume you're going to Luana's bathhouse.
Yes.
Yes. So, just the two of you? Is Frey, Elise, or Nofred also going?
No, I asked Frey to do an errand with me.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Sweet as. So, Sekhet and Vander, you are heading off to Luana's bathhouse.
Yes, to do
also-
more horse-related things.
Don't
Oh,
rub it in.
God! No, they have a separate bathhouse. Ay. Right.
I'm getting
so-
ready today.
So that's all good.
Mr. Cheese thirsty gummy.
We've been combat starved, Gummy. We got to sate ourselves on something else.
We are smart.
So we are smart. All right. So, you head on out further down the Summer District and across one of the bridges into the Varsian District. The heated streets and the large ziggurat of the Cerulean Dawn, guiding your way to the fluted columns of Luana's bathhouse. Upon entering, you do happen to see, not that you were there this time, but the same bald halfling, shaved eyebrows, just completely hairless, in the sort of shimmering turquoise robe, just kind of seated on the edge of the desk this time, with his bare feet just kind of dangling and kicking as he's sort of just watching something along the floor. Try as you might, none of you actually see what he's looking at, but he's clearly looking at something.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
I would like all of the hallucinogens, please.
That's a great way to start a conversation. Me too. Are you wanting a room, or are you just wanting are you just wanting the?
A room, too, please.
Okay. All right. And he hops off the counter, and makes his way back around to the back of it, and pulls out a series of keys where he sort of fumbles a couple of them and picks some up. And it's kind of like, you say you want all of the hallucinogens.
Yes, please.
Do you want all of the hallucinogens, or you just want some of them?
Did I stutter? I said all.
Alright. That'll be 10 gold in advance, please.
Sure. You can almost hear Seki in the background going,
Alright. Hand over the gold. Says, okay, follow me. And takes you down out into that long corridor that has kind of the watery sort of bath, that light, the very sort of shallow half a foot bath halfway down the middle of it. And he takes you down the left-hand side and all the way where he unlocks a door at the far end and takes you through into another area none of you guys had been into in any of your previous visits. Where immediately there is just this smell that hits you. And whilst the halfling just walks straight on through, Hitty, this is not something you've experienced before. And you just immediately, whoa, it hits you and you start feeling very heady. There are some very strong smells out the back here. And he leads you down. It's a lot darker too. You get the soft sound of pattering water that almost like it's dripping, but you can't see it anywhere. He takes you to another door that he then unlocks and opens it. And sort of, were you wanting like bath or just the hallucinations? I should have asked, man.
a steam room.
Yeah. Okay. Other side. And he turns around, locks the door, turns around, and walks over the other side for a for the steam room, where upon wandering in, it looks very similar to the steam room you've been in previously, except the walls are stained a little darker. Like that front section of the bathhouse, clean, pristine. Regardless of the amount of people that come through it, it is looked after. This room looks like it's seen a few things that are a little bit harder to clean, until it got to a point where they just don't bother and they kind of lean into that aesthetic. And it's got the little pit in the middle, and he sort of urges you to take a seat, and it's kind of like, you want all of them? All right. And he walks over to a little cupboard that he then unlocks and pulls out 3 pots. Just little clay pots that he places in front of you. It's like, these 2 for your skin. This one, just a dab of that on the tongue. Just a dab. Just a dab.
No matter.
And then sort of, takes out a little pouch from his pocket somewhere on his robe. Like, you good? You comfortable? You seated? Sweet. And he pulls out what looks like some dried leaves. Just small, crumbled, dried leaves, and he puts them on a little sort of steam sauna thing in the recess in the middle of the room. It's like, have fun. This is going to be a trip. And he turns around and closes the door.
Hetty grins, sticks her finger in the one that he said just to dab several times, scoops a big full dabs.
Candace grabs her arm. No.
No.
We are going to start. We are starting with the recommended amount.
Toast, thank you for joining the exploration. Welcome.
She gets some of the skin stuff and just smushes it on your cheeks. Like, rubs it in a little scritchy.
I was going to say, is Vander partaking of this as well?
He wasn't planning on it, but he is now.
He's there with me.
Okay.
He was just going to be there to make sure she was okay.
All right.
I was going to be the sober mama.
Not anymore. His eyes have gone wide.
Okay. Because very rapidly the steam becomes infused with whatever leaves he had thrown on it. Are either of you proficient in medicine? No, I didn't think so. Our little Hitty's slightly distracted. That's okay. We'll wait for her to come back. She's tripping already. It's already taken effect. Yep.
Sorry, little boy and baby
Yeah.
sister are toddling off.
No, I figured. Now I forgot what I was asking. No, are you proficient in medicine?
That's a good question.
Toast. Yeah,
If they
only
do
two
toast,
of them went,
they're not
and I
in this
don't think
room.
either of them are the ones
Not these
that have
two.
this.
No.
No. Okay.
No, there's only one
Cool.
person. Who
Neither of you really have any idea of the smell of what leaves he put on that. Then.
No.
Which is great because in a very short matter of time, I hope you've applied some of the unguent, some of the oil, some of the viscous fluid.
Hetty has applied all the things and did just do a dab because
That's what I was told.
before his eyes went pink because she dabbed on him as well.
Because it doesn't take long for you to almost start feeling like that steam is just drifting through you. And as it drifts through you, your whole body begins tingling and then just kind of goes numb. So, as long as you've applied this stuff beforehand, you're good. Because otherwise you might find it a little bit difficult to move. I need both of you to make Constitution saving throws, please.
All the while, she's like, Goldilocks! Hey, Goldie!
Again,
Just for
I
just for
should
you.
have gone. I should have
just-
gone on this trip.
You should have. This is the whole not splitting the party that we constantly talk about, but everybody does.
Look, me and Frey are allowed to have girl time. Okay?
You are.
Yeah.
You're going to.
Constitution
And-
saving throw or just a Constitution?
Constitution saving throw, and just for you, Sedaine, viscous fluid.
It's unguents for me. The way you say
Unguents.
Well, I rolled a 2.
19.
What'd you get?
19.
I rolled a 2.
Vanda,
So
no!
That's a 4.
So
And
for what happens?
forgetting what form he's in. He's just shifting between all of his forms
He's
this
just
whole
got
time.
one tiny cat leg, and the rest of him is big.
And he's just watching this and it's just like, oh my god.
Okay, have you seen the messages I
What's
sent
going
you?
on?
Oh.
So for what happens next, Vanda, you're pretty much out.
I'm
Oh,
gone.
Why would you send me these horrible?
Make you suffer.
I don't like it.
Right. So, Hitty, what are you trying to achieve here?
I'm trying to contact Goldie.
All right. So that's going to require something a little bit different because now I need you to make a charisma saving throw because you've come to a place that's particularly designed to dull your wits and mind and make you lose focus, and you are trying to focus on something.
And Vander's playing with the yarn ball of time,
In space.
Yeah.
the threads of reality. It's all wool.
It's all wool and connected.
It's
Knitting
all wool.
together our lives.
And I'm the only one with the dagger
Hi,
that can
Zebras.
cut it.
How are you, sweetheart?
Universe will be mine. The threads of time at my fingertips.
And meanwhile, all Hitty is hearing is
Yeah.
That's too good.
How'd you go, Hitty?
Ah,
the
I got
fuck
a
is this
13.
game?
It's a great.
You got a what?
13.
13? Yeah, as you try very hard to focus on Goldilocks, and you watch Vanda pouring the ear, murmuring about yarn, daggers, cutting time, owning it all, you find yourself way too focused on the movement of his hands and the drifting of the steam, and then you just kind of lose track of what it was you were thinking of. You know it had to do with Goldilocks, and then you just kind of remember that he was wearing this really shiny green suit, and then all of a sudden that shiny green suit with the sequins, you can't help but imagine this rolling around on the floor Vanda wearing that suit. And it's this really weird, and it just goes on where your mind just loops from one thing to another, and you kind of visualize it, and you feel like you see Goldilocks, and then Goldilocks isn't actually there, and you trip out and just kind of lose your mind alongside Vander for the next probably couple of hours.
Zenros, this
Unfortunately,
is
you're not really able to contact Goldilocks through doing this.
lots of homebrew though.
Not with that.
She's scientific, you know.
It's for science. Yeah.
For science.
Science. So yes, a couple of hours pass before the little halfling comes to check on you and opens up the door and then immediately goes, "Oh, I might have overdone it with those leaves. Yeah, you guys are right in there." Okay.
Well, good.
Alright, I'm gonna leave that like another, I don't know, time to wear off, and then I'm gonna come get you and make sure you're not like sick everywhere, because that, yeah, I overdid it. And he closes the door and leaves you to it for about an hour where you slowly start to come to your senses. Having had some really interesting experiences.
Didn't quite achieve what I wanted to, but that was a fun time. Are you okay there, Vendor?
Yes. 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 No.
No.
That was something.
It was not what I was expecting. I am sorry.
That is fine. How are you feeling?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go throw up in a minute. I'll be back.
Yeah, because at the end of this, as you start to recover, both of you need to make another Constitution saving throw.
Hannibal, here it goes.
8.
Oh no!
10.
Oh,
Yeah,
gosh.
you both kind of have an unsteady feeling as you kind of get to your feet and realize, yeah, that cranberry tea, because this is obviously happening on the same day, mixed with the chocolate cake, really good idea at the time, doesn't mix well with whatever the shit that halfling put on this. Oh my god. And yeah, that's gonna not end in a particularly tidy manner. So, this bathhouse is an experience every time you guys come here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For different
great.
reasons.
Oh, my goodness.
It's the morning is the halfling's always on, and he's probably one of the worst ones you guys could get.
This is true. Don't go with
Yeah.
the halflings working.
Yeah, yeah, the first thing in the morning is just, it's, yep, he's not the best. Okay, is there anything else you guys would like to achieve while you are out and about, or should we go over to the girls?
Go to the
night,
responsible people.
Go to the
time.
responsible one.
Getting their
Okay.
nails done.
Not
Oh,
freaking
yeah.
Frey. What have we got going on?
So, friends, the others have gone. Here is what I'm thinking, yeah? Because we've been trying to prepare for, going out to go to the spider stand, which we're very much going to do. I'm sick of... okay, maybe I'll calm down a little bit. I'm not enjoying being in the city anymore. It isn't...
Yeah, you wanna... Too cramped.
Yeah, it's right. There's too many people. The tension I am feeling between these guilds and the guards walking around, and I'm just like, we've just finished a big thing, and I need to relax. And it's hard. I'm not used to the city. But I was thinking, how could we capitalize on this tension and all of the issues that they are having? If a lot of these guilds are leaving the city, right, then they'll need people to be bringing in material. And what we need is the ability to make stuff for ourselves. But then if we make excess, we could sell it, right? So here's what I'm thinking. Do you know how to make potions?
Can I...
Go on.
I'm just trying to think. Would Frey actually know how to make potions?
Have you had any training on how to make potions? The answer, I don't believe, is yes.
It's a no.
Yep. Are you proficient in both medicine and arcana?
I am proficient in only medicine.
Okay.
Aha!
No arcana.
Here's
You
the
might be
thing.
able. You might be able to learn
We
how
could
to
be
do so.
a dynamic duo. You do the medicine part, and I understand the arcana part. Yeah, and
I'm
we
listening.
unify our qualities and make in a bottle magical goodness. When we go to the spider den, we could be finding material like mushrooms. I don't actually know. It's an abandoned church, right? Religious mushrooms and toadstool and spider egg. I don't know what is, but I'm thinking if we get something like a herbalism kit, right? We could start experimenting, utilizing our two unique abilities. I don't
That
know.
actually sounds like a very good idea.
Really? Oh, great.
Mhm.
Because you have the ability to actually, you understand how to bake, and I feel like potion making will be similar to baking because it is putting components together to a point where they actually result in something. I can tell you what the components can do, but I feel like I need your prowess and actually making sure it's a cup worth, because cooking is not for me.
I see.
So potion making is a thing that can be done in downtime activities. I'm just going to be ruling it as you probably need to either find somebody to teach you how to do so rather than just experiment.
Come on, let us
Or-
do it.
Or no, you can very much experiment. I'm just saying if you actually want to successfully make them like off the bat, you probably need somebody to teach you. Otherwise, it will be a series of time and working things out on how you want to go about experimenting on making potions.
Did Gaius leave yet?
Gaius, no, he's still here.
Gaius?
Gaius is still here.
We could go to Gaius,
Okay.
right?
He'll be here
Gaius,
until you guys figure out what you're doing. Yeah.
You got a guy.
We got it.
We
We
know
got
a guy.
we know
We
a
know-
guy.
we know a guy.
Guys. So what do you think, Frey? Would you like to go into partnership with me? Because I feel like this could be something, right? You come back to the city and we have the ability to just make and sell, but also help ourselves, as a group. Imagine if we could make healing potions. Like, I don't know about you, but I would like the ability to feel a little less fragile. So having a thing like a healing potion on hand would be very helpful, and not having to rely on coming to the city to find it would also be very helpful.
And plus, if there's anyone around, we could help with healing potions without being like, oh, do we need this?
Exactly.
Ah.
We could just be good Samaritan without having to be like, oh, now we have to do big quest to help poor Jimmy who fell down the well. Just be like, "Hif a potion at him. It'll be fine."
Oh no, please, somebody, my poor
We-
Jimmy fell down a well. What do you mean you won't help? I'm offering 10,000 gold. No, still walking off into the sunset. Got it.
Will we be throwing the potions down?
No, I.
Wait,
It was a bad
10,000
example.
again.
It was a bad example. I mean, like, you would get him out of the
Oh.
well, but then we wouldn't have to take him to, like, the temple or something to have him healed.
I
And
see, I
then,
see.
if a situation like this happens with your known friends again, right? Who are currently not able to be woken up, us two, Frey, you and me, we would have the prowess, the ability to do something about it.
Is a pyramid scheme?
Shh.
We're getting a few of those going on. In different places with different things going on. Yeah, it's becoming less of a pyramid and more of just multiple
Secretly,
Aztec.
this is just
you know.
Nofrit not wanting to come to the city more often. She's like, if I can just make a potion myself, I don't need to come here and buy
Yeah,
it.
came to the city to learn, and she's learned that she doesn't like cities.
Just really
Yeah.
talking like a pyramid salesman kind of person.
No, me.
Becca, are you part of Herbalife?
You think I would have told Stream about that.
Inside check.
No, definitely not part of any pyramid schemes here. But I think, okay, probably the best bet is to buy like some kind of kit, like what did they call it? Mortar and pestle, yeah, something like that. And then we go to guys, and then we say hello. What is dangerous to eat and what is safe? Start there, you know, really base level stuff. What do you think, Frey?
I think it's a very smart idea.
Good, let's go.
Okay.
Go. I take her. Oh wait. What was his name? Cronde. I take her to Cronde.
Okay. So what are you doing? What
I
are
want to
we?
buy a herbalism kit. That's what I was looking in the book for earlier.
Okay. You can buy a herbalism kit.
Okay, great.
Mark the price of the kit off.
And apparently it's 5 gold in the book.
Yeah, I think it's about 5 gold.
Okay, cool.
I think it's like the healer's kit and things are a bit more expensive. I think the herbalism one's a bit cheaper.
I got you this time, Frey. Okay, it's fine.
Ray's gonna like look at all of the gold that she's gonna think about all the gold that she has and goes, okay. Okay.
No, she's like, have I counted it? Is it more now? I don't know what's in my bag, guys.
Any of us.
That's right. You're not the only one.
Never gonna give this up. Never gonna let it go.
If we, because it's already been 2 hours, do we just want to go,
It
like,
is.
we go to guys, we talk to him about, can you give us a potion making for dummies book, guys, please?
Yeah.
And we'll take turns reading the literature. Did you read section 2? We've got a test tomorrow, Frey.
Oh, I read section 6.
So the representative of Kirith Narn doesn't really have a potion making for dum-dums available. But he can find potentially a tome of some kind that can help you learn how to do so. He won't have it in his set of things that he's currently shipping off. Not anymore, anyway. I believe probably the last set of books and tomes he sent off were off to Torloon. He's still got a couple of wagons he's waiting on, but other than that, no, he can direct that to you. But you'll have that. So if you guys want to start doing potion making, we can start addressing that next downtime. As
Right.
you have the ability and knowledge to be able to do so. It will still require checks and everything else, and materials. But yeah, you can. But yes, like you say, we have been going for 2 hours. Did we want to take a little bit of a break before we jump into whatever we do next? What are we looking at next, by the way, just before we...
I'm gonna go steal a dagger.
Crimes.
Yep.
In which case, I think we definitely need a break.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Thank
know.
you for your belief, Aeon. Yeah, guys,
Right
it'll
on.
be crimes, spider time.
Crimes, and then spider time.
Spider crimes. Wait, what?
Spitter crime.
Spider crimes.
Because I did name it with the implication that we would go to a spider. Shouldn't have pre-named the episode like that.
Because that's still 3 sessions away. Do you think we're leaving the city?
God, why do we...
We've got to finish your downtime first.
We should have finished that session 0!
We should have.
But crime
That's why I'm
takes
trying to
time.
That's why I'm trying to zip through things so we can get to the big other.
But there's so many things
I was
we
gonna
need
let
to
it
do.
go, and then you gave me a bag of opportunity.
Yes. Right. So let's go take a break. 5,
Cool.
10, 5 minutes enough.
5 enough.
5.
All right.
Make a
Ah, well.
coffee.
Yeah. We'll be back in 5 then, guys.
Be back in 5, everyone. That's 5. That's 5 right there. Boom. Staying alive. Staying alive.
Be back soon.
Oh no. Oh wait, the music didn't run out. It just stopped right when I sat down again. Thank you so much, Toast, for following. I hope you're enjoying the game thus far. Thank you, Cassin and Aeoncraft, for the bits and gift subs today. And Hev Uwu for the follow as well. That's so nice of you guys. For context, this is session 3 of our new arc of the game. The previous arc is not online. We had a different, slightly different dynamic to the group. It's been quite enjoyable. Oh, thanks, Toast. You're so enjoying this. I'm glad, Gummy. Yeah, so our first arc, the group was bigger. Some people have just had to step away because of life and babies. So now we're down to a group of 4 and our lovely Dungeon Master Quinesta, who you can see very faintly at the bottom of the screen there. Definitely check out everyone in the group and their Twitch channels as well. Nyx is yet to start theirs. We have to convince Nyx to do some Final Fantasy streams. Crimes and Alchemy, I think that's coming, Casson. I think Crimes and or Alchemy are coming. But yeah, you can catch the first 2 episodes already are online on YouTube, on our Syleria Adventures YouTube channel, which is really exciting. It's cool that we've just sort of made it its own thing now. I can see Casson's follow. Aw, thanks for subscribing to the YouTube, Casson. Thanks for subscribing. Oh, we have 9 whole subscribers now. Look at that. It's just going up so quick. Thanks, guys. If you do have any questions about the game, I'm just gonna unmute. We're just waiting for one more person to get back, but if you have any questions about the game, you can ask our lovely Dungeon Master Quinesta might have any questions. If you have questions about the game before we start back properly. Oh, he's snacking though. He's a bit shook. But yeah, there's currently 4 players. 4.5? 4 and a... Technically 5.
It's just you unmuted and I heard my name. I'm like, ah!
I was just saying, we're just chatting while we wait for people to get back. But
yeah. Taking the opportunity to stick some food in my gob, because, you know.
for sure. I feel like I'm having a fat Sunday, though. I ate a lot before stream started, because normally I snack all through stream, and then Quentin still bought me more food.
See, I've done the reverse. Normally I snack during, because I forget to eat beforehand. Today, I was good, and I ate beforehand, and this is the first snack I've had.
Ah. Well, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, Toast is a friend of Nyx.
Hey!
There you go.
Excellent.
Oh, Nyx is for your friends. Hi.
Hi.
Hi!
Is this a Final Fantasy friend?
Yeah.
Oh!
Hey! We
Hell
stand for
yeah.
Final Fantasy here, or at least some of us do.
Me and Nixie used to play a lot of
Sega.
Final Fantasy, just the 2 of us.
6.1 in a few days.
Oh, yeah. You ready? You ready?
Not
What
at
do you
all.
mean 6.1? Was it an update?
First major content patch since the Endwalker expansion. So they've completed their 10-year story arc. This 6.1 patch is going to give us the bits and pieces leading into the next 10-year
Keep
story.
in mind,
So
some of us haven't done Endwalker yet, so no
that's why I'm
spoiling.
not.
No spoils.
That's why I'm not saying anything more than that.
Making
that was-
sure
that
that
was
host knows.
Common information beforehand.
Toast, it sounds like you're talking about Nixie there, fishing addict. I think that's...
Oh yeah, hi, that's me. Hi.
Even when
like
me and Nix played New World together. We did a
Fishing stream.
a 4-hour stream of us just running around to different fishing spots in New World.
Yeah,
Just talking.
yeah. I think I was on one of those, and it
Yeah.
was mostly just fishing. Yeah.
Damn, I've been watching like VODs about the state of New World now. It's so
Oh
interesting.
gosh.
It's so
I haven't.
there's servers with only 12 people on them.
Yeah, the only video I've seen
Like,
is the fact that
dead.
New World is dead. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's about it. I haven't even watched the video. I just saw it posted up.
Toast, I'm sorry.
Why?
I have,
What happened?
essentially, they released a game that was
Not ready to be released.
not ready, and
in
the,
any way.
and the thing, it was so intensely motivated
We're on
towards
Crystal.
players versus players that when they realized after the beta testing that, oh no, there's not enough content if it's just players versus players, everyone wants PvE.
Yeah,
So
and
they
it
had
drew
to-
a lot of PvE. Yeah.
So they had to last minute build all the PvE into the game. And that's why
Like
it feels so...
And they had some really, really good
Repetitive.
systems built into the game, but just not enough to support and not enough content to play.
No.
So
And there was numerous occasions because of the PvP element and the system that they had for towns that the economy in the game just broke on numerous servers because the people could just charge exorbitant amounts if they were in charge of a town and tax everything to the nines. So it was just like people couldn't make money in the game or couldn't, sell things because it wasn't worth selling things because there was no money to be. I don't know. It's very fascinating when you go into like deep of why it broke.
yeah.
It's very interesting.
All right. Looks like we have everybody back.
Tazzle Buttersworth. Sorry, that's a very
Leslie
cute Final
Buttersworth.
Fantasy. Maybe I should just play Final Fantasy Online again for like 2 months and then walk away. Like I always do. I'm like, oh, I'm having fun. And then I suddenly just stop playing it.
That's like a lot of games, though.
Oh no,
I
Toast,
need
there's
to
so much.
play-
And Final Fantasy 14 is one of those games you can do that. You can play it and play it and play it and then stop and not
Mm.
play it again for a while because it's designed in that sort of way. It's just great.
No, the other thing, Toast, is that they never had a testing server. They actively changed things on the active servers instead of pre-testing. So anytime they changed something in the game, they didn't test if it would break anything.
Went
So it would
live
just
without any
continually-
testing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then when they did make a test server, they lied about it actually being a full test server and all of the stuff was still going into the normal servers anyway.
Did
So
were they a new developer or?
Oh, they're owned by Amazon. Your face was like, mm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Shall we get back into it, guys?
D&D!
D&D.
It's D&D, Dad.
How not to run an MMO? I think that's supposed to say how not to MMO.
That's true.
It's not even to run an MMO, it's just how not to. Just
I
how not
honestly,
to be
I
one.
have had fun playing New World though.
I did too. Yeah, for the brief time I
Specifically
played it.
with fishing.
Yeah. With friends, doing PvE stuff is fun. But yeah,
Making
that's
human
a lot of
centipedes.
games. You can make boring games incredibly fun with friends. So
I'm
Mhm.
sorry, what?
Human centipedes and the...
I remember those clips. Yes.
It's very
Just
fun.
crawling around town as a group. Got ourselves a convoy.
We made a choo-choo train. It's so
Yep.
fun.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember.
So,
Okay.
how are we going about this next endeavor as we kick back in to Dusk game? What are we?
It's
How
up to Vander whether he's talking
Yep.
to us or not.
how are we doing this? What are we looking at?
I don't think I want to tell anyone.
Oh, you fucking would.
I don't know if I want to risk getting you guys involved.
I didn't go.
No. And you're definitely not on the list.
A list.
List of people Vander trusts as well.
List of people Vander's willing to, share a jail cell with.
I'm skinny. I could slip through the bars.
It's also more he doesn't want you guys caught up in his nefarious activities if it goes wrong.
That's fair.
He'd rather just disappear one day and what happened? I don't know.
That'd be sad.
Do it. Split the party. Take out
Oh.
the cat boy.
All of us roll perception
Oh.
checks in the middle of the night.
Wakes up in bathtub. Something is wrong with the force.
Well, I mean, considering Vander generally sleeps in one of your guys' rooms.
Yeah.
Vander doesn't have his own room. He just sleeps
No,
wherever.
the other night, you slept on a roof and
I
the
slept on the
shorts
roof.
of the moon.
I did, and nobody cared.
I cared.
Dead.
We
You
cared
didn't even
as
notice
people.
I wasn't there.
Ah, I just assumed you were in Theodore's room or something.
Okay, decisions.
Yep. How dost thou wantest to approach us this, sir?
Listen,
Lay it on me, man.
I'm gonna tell them.
You're gonna tell them?
I'm gonna tell them.
You don't have
Okay.
to.
I'm not gonna invite them to come.
I like that.
What are you telling?
But at some point, when we are quiet, alone, not in the middle of the tavern, I'm gonna go steal that dagger.
I mean, I assumed you would.
Thank you. I'm glad
Wait,
I have
you
your
guys
blessing.
know where the dagger is?
Sounds like fun.
But I mean, you like her now. You told her an extra story.
Yes. So maybe she won't think I stole it.
Sorry, hold on. We know.
The centaur lady. Half horse.
Okay. So you're going to steal it?
She didn't see me as Hetty. Maybe I could help as a little one.
So
I don't
wait,
want-
hold on.
I don't want to risk you going in. This is something I want. And if it fails, I will bear the consequences.
Yeah, that's fair. Office there if you need me.
Okay, here if I can't believe I'm suggesting this. Why don't you wait until the day we go pick up our talk stones? And then we just stay within 100 feet of the house or wherever.
That's a good idea.
Then we can all just, be on hand if something were to go awry. But I'm not
Oh, that-
condoning it at the same time.
Mm-hmm. But that is a very good idea.
It sounds like you're condoning it. Are you enabling?
What?
I'm not saying that I'm the one holding the stone to talk to Vander. I'm saying that one of you will, and I will just happen to be there. Therefore, not condoning.
Happen to be there. That is condoning. That is, yes, I know this is happening and I will be there.
That is how
What
you play
happened to your
chess.
line?
Your character, your little pawn, just happens to be there. So
No. Each piece in chess is very, very much thought out.
I haven't
No
played you
happening
in
at
chess
all.
yet, Hetty. It would be interesting to see how you fare in comparison to Seket.
It is so much more fun watching you play Sega. It is so good.
That is my
Why?
suggestion, friender.
I like that suggestion. Freya, do you have any issues with this?
I didn't hear anything about it. We're just going on a,
Me and Freya looking for mushrooms. For
yeah.
our potions.
What?
You guys are going to be mixing potions.
We're going into business.
Could you go to that bathhouse and try some of those stuffs? Because, oh my goodness. You're
Is that the
not
kind
going
of
to try
mushrooms
and
you are
mix
going
those
to be?
things?
No.
Oh,
No to having gone to the bathhouse?
Unless
Or no to the trying to make those concoctions? That was just one no.
we're going to be making potions to help us and people.
exactly a good foundation on which to build a business.
You're starting an enterprise, I see.
But
Maybe
me
there
and...
is something you can help me with, Nufford.
Okay.
I pull out the gem that was in the bag. Do you know what this might do?
Okay. What does
Are
it do?
you about to say you're just taking a look
Yeah,
at it?
I'll do like. Is it magical? It's got.
I don't know. Is it magical? It's not up to me to tell you if it's magical. You guys need to figure it out. That's what spells like Detect Magic are for.
Guess it doesn't have that.
I can do an Arcana check though, can't I?
Oh, actually, I've got this cool little trick. Hold on.
Oh.
You guys have somebody in the party that's got an at-will Detect Magic. It's not up to me to tell you that it's magical.
I'm just going to bite it.
While she's
Enough
biting
it.
it, Henny
What?
turns into second.
That's how I could tell if it's real or not. If it's a fake crystal, then it will shatter.
I wasn't asking you to find out if it was real. I wanted
Oh.
to know what it does.
Question, Dan.
Yo.
Second have to be raging to be able to do the Detect Magic.
I don't believe it states anywhere that you have to. I don't believe it does. I haven't got the thing up in front of me. We can find out real quick. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I mean, regardless. I mean, even if you decide to temporarily
I
rage for 6 seconds now, yeah. It's magical. Yeah.
It's just spittle flying off, and we're like, oh,
Yeah. It's flying everywhere.
I would like to detect magic.
Let's just take a quick look. No, it doesn't say anything about raging. Just as an action, you can open your awareness to the presence of concentrated magic. Okay. So, in addition to figuring out all of the things that are normally magical, as well as Norfrit's staff, which may or may not have had a magical aura previously, this small little spherical gem does appear to have a magical aura to it. And it appears to be abjuration magic. So you learn which school it's from, and you learn that it is in fact abjuration.
yeah, but does Hetty know what abjuration is?
You would see it as a color and get an instinctive sense. I don't have the little chart up in front of us, so I'm just. I should have, but I don't have it in front of me, and I can't see it on my desktop.
So it is magical, Vanda.
Abjuration.
Protection, huh?
Action or repulsion, yeah.
Maybe if you hold it and we throw things at you, we can see what it repulses. I'm also joking.
Or you could spend time with it, get to know its inner workings, just get the feel, make it warm.
None of you can identify?
No.
Oh.
That was a serious job. Well,
I can tell it.
not her job, but her set of skills.
Okay. Can I don't know, do an Arcana check to see if I can figure out what I know.
I mean, now that you guys know it's magical, you can do an Arcana check,
I can help.
but just offhand, an Arcana check's not likely to just immediately tell you what it does.
I can attempt to attune to it then?
If it was an object that requires attunement, you can take the duration of a short rest, so an hour to do so.
Does it look like a crystal that's supposed to be pushed into your skin?
No, it's a small spherical gem, almost like a marble.
Cool.
Yeah.
Who gave it to you? Why did they not tell you themselves?
You don't need to know that. That's implication.
Oh, need to know basis. Got it. Okay.
That's classified, ma'am.
I have a suspicion about what it might be useful for. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear the planes and that overhead.
Freya, these can cast identify if they know. Is that wrong? Clerics?
Don't think clerics get identify, no.
Poo.
Certain
think
clerics
so.
do, but her subclass does not.
So okay. You could always take it to Zacharias and Zacharias. Ask them when we pick up the messaging stones, messaging crystals.
Yes, I could do that then, yeah.
Might have been somebody else that can take a look.
Theodore?
Somebody you guys know quite well.
Yeah, Theodore's
He's still around?
Yeah, he's
He's still around.
I always forget about Theodore.
It's because I'm not doing much with him.
Oh.
Yeah. That's kind of intentional that I'm not doing much with him.
Then yes, I would like to take the gem to Theodore. See if he
Alright.
can identify it.
We're all just like at Theodore's door. Hello.
So yeah, I mean, at some stage you would take the little gem marble to Theodore, and you know he'd sort of take it from you, and you know, being the gambling man that he is, he sort of rolls it through his fingers and flicks it up into the air and tucks it around his palms like, "Hey, just give me a minute." Puts it down on the table, and just gives it a little spin before flicking his wrist, and his little hand of cards comes out. And he sort of flicks through the cards, shuffles them, and then places a card face down beside it. Before focusing, you see a little flash come out from his two fingers on the card, and he flips the card over. And sort of looking at it, he holds the other cards in his hand. They throw off a little flash as well, and he goes, "I don't precisely know what it's supposed to do, but it's protection against various types of very specific magic. I guess in wherever it came from, it has a very specific protection in mind. So it's a very specific ward. So, you know, don't go running out there and have a random person throw a fireball at you. That's not going to help. But almost used to be able to defeat something particular.
It is what I think.
It has an intended purpose in mind that it is supposed to circumvent or prevent."
Thank you, Theodore.
No worries.
It's getting close to dark. Perhaps we should retire.
I think that would be
Thanks,
a
Rex.
good idea.
I do
Yep.
have other things I need to try.
So,
Oh, it's
brief little-
okay. I can do that.
Is Vander's trying to say this because he doesn't? Is he gonna do it tonight before we get the sending stones? Yeah, I'm inside
What? Yep.
checking this bitch.
You're supposed to ask
100%.
beforehand. Because my brief question is this the same day as you went and visited them in the morning?
I should
Vander.
was.
Is this the same day that you got the note?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Oh, I
Dirty
haven't even
20?
rolled.
Yeah, I'll leave that up to you guys to resolve.
Be like,
You can tell him. You can tell. You know. I've got a +6 and I didn't beat that.
Okay.
It's amazing. I just had to roll like 12 and I could have. Oh.
What room are you gonna sleep in tonight, Vander?
I was thinking of spending another night on the roof.
Is always welcome to stay here. I enjoy the company.
Theodore is, he's quite a nice sleeping buddy. He doesn't snore as much as Sickert.
That's true. He also keeps the window open a lot.
He does. He likes the fresh air.
You hear in your head, I know what you're gonna do. I cast message.
And in reply, you hear, "And what are you gonna do about it?"
I cast message again.
Alright.
Do you want me to come?
We're like 2 feet away from each other.
If you don't want other people to know.
Speaking of which, you know, Theodore's been watching this the whole time, and he just kind of puts his hand up almost between you two. It's kind of like, you do know I can see what's going on.
Move his hand.
If you guys want to talk, I can leave my own room so you can do
No,
that.
it's fine, Theodore. He wants to sleep in your room. It's okay. And I walk backwards
Is something
out
going
the
on
door
between you
and I
two I need
close
to
it.
know about? Okay. That was stranger than usual, right, Vander?
Yeah, Nofwite's a little weird at the moment. She was talking about collecting mushrooms before.
I can still hear you.
So,
Just because your ear is at the door doesn't mean...
so Theodore does look, he's like, what are you planning on getting up to, kitty?
Trouble. Trouble I would rather not other people suffer for.
I appreciate that. But you know, if you need a hand, sort of itching to get my hands playing cards again.
It is not the card kind of trouble.
And I don't legitimately mean actual cards.
I'm very tempted to take you up on that offer.
You should take his offer and then I will shut up. So me at the door.
Yeah, just whisper.
Take the offer.
I mean, between you and me, you can do what you want. I ain't here for that, but, I'll be honest with you, I'm looking at leaving town shortly myself, so even if things do go awry, I ain't gonna be around to take the fall.
You're right, you poopy.
Oh, I think that might be a good idea. Don't know if it will kill me if something happens to you.
Why are you trying to keep them out of it?
I told you. I
You
don't
don't wanna
want
get in
them to
trouble.
suffer. Yeah. But you're a man of trouble.
I have been.
You
I
have?
think I got one last game in me. You sure
One
though?
last heist?
The rest of them seem relatively competent. I mean,
They are, but they're also very loud.
good if you need a distraction.
Potentially.
Actually, Hetty's quite quiet, thank you.
I mean, you know,
Go,
Just-
go.
if you were looking at pulling something off, it could always be handy to have people that are loud.
I don't
Making
want to
some
cause a
noise.
mess.
I've said nothing about a mess. I'm only just talking about a noise. My experience, old Norford there, she puts her foot in her mouth a bit more often than she means to, but she does mean well, and she's usually pretty good at talking her way out of it afterwards.
Yes, it's true. You're very persuasive, Theodore.
Only sometimes.
Fine. I'll see if they can help. They're willing to.
They don't have to go in and do the thing with you, but if they're wanting to help, all we need to do is find a way for them to do something that makes them feel like they're helping. It gets them to shut up, gets them off your back, and you know, if you keep them separate, they're not implicated.
This is true.
I mean, it's not like I've pulled off a heist or anything before. I don't know what we're talking about. I have absolutely no knowledge. Oh, look at that. My window happens to be open. That'll be convenient for later because I actually can't seem to close it.
Alfred, are you still listening?
No.
Would you like to help?
Hey, girls. Should we have a girls' night? We can go drinking or something.
Oh,
That
it's
sounds
so
like fun.
subtle. See what I mean? Very subtle. Good
Yeah,
distraction. Very
absolutely.
loud. You know.
We have to drink in this very specific part of town.
Second, rolled a 2 on perception. If she knows what the fuck's going on.
The only reason Theodore picked up on any of that is because
I
I know
did.
I know what his stats are, and I rolled it anyway, and I rolled an 18 plus his stats. It's kind of like, well, yeah, he's
onto it.
Yep.
Girls' night.
Alright. How are we going about this, guys? Let's dive into what we're actually doing.
Bando's going to be following what the note said and going to the back door. Yeah,
Say back
after the
door.
back of the manor. It said front door.
Back manor,
Back manor, front door.
front door.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm assuming the key will unlock the door, and I'm pretty sure the gem will help circumvent some of the security systems.
How many heists have you pulled off in the past? Quite a few. In this fantasy world, that's a reasonably good assumption. It's specifically keyed to certain systems or certain protective wards within place that it might allow you to pass unhindered. Yep.
This would be the highest profile target.
All right.
As for distraction, Uh,
Yes.
I'm going to attempt to get Frey and Hetty or Sicket, whichever it is, extremely drunk, and I'm just gonna shepherd them round.
Surely drunk.
I'm gonna take them on a proper girl. I don't want them to know that we're actually being a distraction. I'm going, hey, why don't you show me where the horses are that you were talking
Oh,
about? Yeah?
This is gonna go terribly.
Let's go. You made friends with
Wow.
Madeline. We could go
There
ride
are-
horses or something, right? Let's go. Girls' night.
There I was thinking we were being open and upfront about this.
I'm not.
Alright, let's go!
Yeah, shots.
Deception and crime. Here we go.
It's
Right.
going to be Hetty because I need the image of you shepherding two little gnomes.
Yeah, two little drunk gnomes. I'm like, hey, we could go ride ponies. What do you guys think? Yeah, you made friends with them. Let's go.
So you guys are going to be drinking. Are you going to be drinking at a place nearby first?
Oh
and
yeah,
then-
we pre-drink the rusted copper.
Okay. Because there is a tavern closer to the
Brilliant.
Sun Court that is known as the Hound and Berry.
Mhm.
So you can drink there. It is within like a block or so of
Pound and
the
berry. Let's go.
Yep. of those places.
Let's be
Bender
bitches at
wouldn't
the
be with them.
berry. What?
So, what is the intent on your distraction though? Like, how are you looking at pulling this off by having one or potentially two people with you being drunk?
We're gonna
And
steal
making
some
an adequate-
horses.
Destruction. You're going to steal some horses.
I want to encourage them to ride horses.
Oh.
Wow.
God.
We're gonna make-
automatically is like, no, I want the rider to displace a beast.
I don't. You mentioned horses. And
I
like
regret
my
decision
centaur.
greatly.
I mean, this is the only.
Wasn't there a
This is all going to go terribly.
This
wasn't
would be
there
great.
like
What are you
a
talking about?
place that had like beasts and everything?
That was at
Right.
the festival, and it
Yeah,
was
but
like
do you think they're still around?
I think it was probably run by the guild. We could ask them.
Or
Equinus.
All Hetty has done this episode is get high and drunk. I'm really worried.
Oh no.
I know.
Hey, she's gotten out, she's out now. She's allowed to experiment.
Okay. So, those who are drinking, make a Constitution check for me.
oh shh.
Whereabouts are you going to try and procure these horses that you're going to be riding,
Oh.
Nilfred?
Ooh.
I'm going. What did you say?
21.
Oh, you're
Safe.
is gonna take a lot of work.
Ooh, That is
Because
a
they're not
13?
intentionally getting
13.
drunk.
Oh.
13, still safe for now.
Fuck!
Yeah,
My
it's only
plan,
the start of the night.
I'm gonna be like, you guys talked about this beautiful centaur woman and she had horses and they had equinus. Why do you take me? Take me there. Yeah, it'll be fun. You show me around the place. You made friends with her.
All right, so we're going to assume at some point one or the other of the two of these girls get drunk, possibly both.
Yeah.
Let's go with both. And they are going to what? Show you to the house Rendalum?
Yeah.
Is that the plan?
And then we're just gonna stand outside and I'm gonna be like, why don't you ask them if you can ride the horse? And they're gonna be like,
Okay.
wanna ride ponies?
So our two gnome girls are going to take you out to the front of this place.
Yeah, but not the back manor, the front manor.
No, because you can't see the back manor. In fact,
Yeah,
you didn't even
no.
you weren't even aware there was one.
Well, me personally, not at all.
Yep. This is something where Vanda, who might have been shown the original display upstairs in the main manor, would have seen a building out the back, but would not have been there.
Girls' night.
How are you making the noise? What are you doing to try?
Oh, Frey is using. She is using thaumaturgy to make just banging sounds.
Why?
Like you've got a fake pot and pan.
Yeah, fake pot.
Why would Frey at least be doing that?
I'm
Get the
hyping her.
attention so we can ride the pony.
Yeah, we want.
You're just trying to
want
you're just trying to
horses.
get attention from somebody
Yeah.
inside this manor where there are very few lights on at this time of night.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Girls' night. Girls'
I
night.
just want to be quiet.
Frey, at least
just-
make a performance check for me. Vanda, what the hell are you doing at this point?
Vanda would have at some point
He
turned
probably-
into a cat and been watching on the roof.
I imagine that when we were pre-drinking, you were already gone, Burger.
Yeah, absolutely. He was already like circling the manor, finding a place where he could sit in his cat form and watch the going on, the rotation of the guards,
Okay.
the gaps in their
Girls' night.
patrols.
So, as was observed when you came here in the morning, the
Mhm.
guard presence is particularly light. In fact, normally we're like the first time you came here, there were like two out the front who were constantly sort of moving around that front section, and then they'd quite often have another pair who would be circling the main manor. In this case, there's the one out the front. Make a perception check. You're taking time, do it with advantage.
Yeah. Perception is 23.
23. There is a second guard who is very quietly sort of meandering around the back of the manor, sort of a little bit more alert, moving back and forth, because there are balconies up onto the second floor. So rather than just having the one at the front, there is one at the back. They don't tend to. He tends to move from one side of the manor to the other, just to sort of look down the sides by the walls where the trees are, but doesn't appear to approach what you now know as the back part of the estate, where there is a building there that you don't have dark vision, do you?
Yeah.
You do?
It's
Okay.
cat.
Yeah. It is an older building. It appears as though, unlike the front manor, which looks like it's relatively, like, it's not new, but it's not old. The one at the back appears to be an older building. Like, it has been there for a few generations. It's got a bit of wear, it's got a bit of tear. There is an upper balcony just above the entrance that seems to have a door up there. The main door is down below. There's a couple of windows. It looks like a very solid stone building that you're a bit traveled. Yeah, I'll give it to you. It looks like it may have been, like, the layout is that of like a library or even a museum of some kind. But but it's pre-existing almost before this front manor was here. There don't really appear to be any lights on, though. However, you do. Nope, never mind. So you are on the roof of the. I'm going to assume you got up to the roof of the manor. From there, but yeah, you don't notice that there are any guards for the back section of the estate. There only appear to be the two that are moving back and forth, or one that between the two who's moving, left and right to either side, and then the one at the front who's kind of stayed put.
Hi, Max.
Are there ponies on site?
You didn't see any while you were there, but with Vander with a viewpoint, you'd be able to see that there are no stables or pens or anything of the kind here. This is an estate purely for the dwelling of the people.
Inside of the city grounds.
Yes. If you were after the horses, you might have wanted to visit the headquarters of Aquinas Farjon, which is towards the northern side of the Summit District.
Hetty, in her wisdom, is going to try and get a better viewpoint to find the horses and cast fly upon it in front of the guard that's right there.
Very good, very good.
And flies up to get kind of a bird's eye view.
Do you have dark vision?
No.
Gnomes don't.
Gnomes don't?
No, it's not even about being a gnome.
I'm a changeling.
She's a changeling.
Oh.
Yep. She looks like a gnome, but she's not a gnome. Okay. So you go ahead and you cast fly on yourself in your slightly drunken state. I'm assuming wobbling a little bit as you gain some altitude.
Oh, flying
And-
drunk. Oh no.
And the
What
centaur,
did you spell like it do, guys?
with one gnome making a lot of banging noise and the centaur guard kind of standing there going, "It is not the right night for drinking, guys. There's no celebration going. Why are you right here?" And then one of the gnomes just starts wagging their fingers, which makes them sort of tense up, and then as she lifts up into the air, and the guard's just like, "What are you doing?
Girls' night. Girls' night. Yep, it's a girls' night.
You girls' night somewhere else? People around here are trying to sleep."
These girls made friends with Madeline, and they were wondering if they could ride a horse.
Right. Is that a commentary because we're half horse? Because there's no horses here?
No, they said that you knew that.
Then maybe you should go find a stables and let the people sleep. Would you? What are you doing up there?
Ah,
Hey!
shit, my friend. She has flying issues. It's quite common in the tribes. Sometimes people just float away. You might have to help me here. Could you help me get her
Like
down?
the first time you've ever seen her fly, because she only just got
No,
the
Francisco,
spell.
How do you
with
want me? How do you want me to help? It's like a pinata
Well,
or
I
something.
have rope, and so you help me lasso her, and we're going to pull her down.
What about your other
Let's say
very
like a
capable
self-made
armored
defense.
friend there?
She. Have you noticed her height? She's not very tall. She can't.
See? Right, so you're making a commentary about there being horses here because we're half horse people, and now you're attacking your friend because of her height. You're a lovely person, aren't you?
We're inebriated.
Right, and I'm guarding things, supposedly.
Could you?
Oh, right, will it get you away from me?
Yeah. Could you guard with this rope?
Make a persuasion check. At disadvantage, because this is horrible.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Can I at least benefit from the situation and try and get into the back manor?
Yeah, definitely. I just want to see how
Go,
this plays out, and then we can...
Persuasion. I can't do that.
I can't see the horses,
Oh.
and I can't see any
Oh.
space to be. I can't
I
see
miss
anything
out.
actually. It's very dark.
I missed out on the natural 20. But
Displace a beast here! No
I
horses
do
either!
get 22.
Hey. Alright, So the guard slides his spear into a little holster on his flank. Before sort of wandering on, I was like, right, oh, give me the bloody rope. I'll get your
Here you
friend
go.
down and out of here. Right, and in the meantime, Vander, hearing the banging and the yelling of this guard trying to make people shush and then probably making just as much noise himself at the absolute atrocity playing out in front of him. What do you want to do?
Think in my head first. I'm never listening to Theodore's idea again.
I mean, it was a solid idea. It just... Yeah.
I'm going to blame him for it. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. Theodore did nothing wrong.
What a callback. Oh my god.
Yes, I'm going to sneak up to the back manor's front door, and I'm going to turn back into my hybrid form.
Right.
After looking around, making sure there was no one there. And
right. I need you to make an active perception check.
Yep. Bad for me. It's a 9.
Okay. All right. So you're using the key, opening the door.
Yep.
You don't see anybody around you. The guard who is patrolling the back portion of the front manor is somewhat distracted, and they sort of move down to try and see what's going on. But they do hear their fellow guard calling out and trying to resolve the situation. It doesn't appear as though there's, any actual need for him to go there.
Oh no, help!
So he's just kind of... that's random. Just kind of, listening. I am helping. What are you blind as well as drunk? And so you take the key and you insert it in the lock for the double doors in front of you. And as the doors begin to swing open, you do hear a voice call from the shadows beside the door. Well, it's about time, isn't it? And the dwarf who gave you the pouch steps out of the shadows because he had a stealth check of 27.
Oh shit.
Because I rolled a natural 20 for his stealth.
Woo!
And
Wow.
was it to hurt us?
That was where I was just assuming I was going to make a bad check when I said, oh, and also, and then I looked at the dice and went, no, that's a natural 20. That's why I shut up. Because the dwarf was like, nope, okay, cool.
I would have had to roll a 20 to see that.
Huh?
I would have had to roll a 20 to see that. Well done.
Yeah, that's why, as I say, I just automatically assumed you'd see it, and then it's like, oh shit, natural 20, I need to shut up. Yeah, it's about time, isn't it?
Yes.
Those your friends out there making all that noise?
Girls' night!
Yes. I don't know what I expected, but
They're not here to help you.
they're being a distraction.
Oh, shit. This is supposed to be a multiple person job, I hope you understand.
There is multiple people now.
Right, hurry up, get inside.
Did you not bring Theodore?
Not with me.
Oh.
Oh gosh.
This is his idea.
Yeah, he was getting asleep with the window open, hoping that somebody would wake him up when it was time to go.
Now he's
So
just
he's-
playing a sad violin by himself.
No, he's still sleeping because he was expecting somebody to wake him up, either for the drinking or for the helping. He will wake up at some point and go, oh, I've been left behind.
Girls' night.
Oh.
That's all
Sad.
Who are you and why are you doing this?
So he closes the door behind you and sort of holds out his hand for the key,
Back.
locks it before sort of bouncing it in his palm and handing it back to you. It's like, her name's Douglas and I work for Lady Madeline Randallum. You want the dagger?
I do.
Don't ask any questions then. This
Okay.
is your opportunity. You want it? Go get it. But it's going to take more than luck if you're by yourself, mate.
Why is that?
This place is trapped and guarded. That little gem I gave you is only going to help you so much. Like I said, it's a multiple person job and I ain't going to do anything more than let get you in through the front door.
I understand.
Right? And he just sort of turns around and leans on the door and watches to see what you do next.
I'm going to head off into the manor.
Right. So, Give me a minute.
Are you going to
while
have some
I-
Albert Rodeo?
We are going to have some
my gosh.
Oh,
beer
shit.
rodeo because it has been a hot minute, folks.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Someone's got to share screen. No, how did I rig this? I've
We
literally
did set it up
forgotten.
somehow, but I can't
No.
remember.
Wasn't it a
no,
separate
I
screen?
can make it a separate screen.
That's right. We were doing a separate screen. That's what it was. All right. So in the Whitestone War Room, I will put the link up.
Right.
Oh, dang.
This is the first time people have seen this one.
Yeah. Yep. So
And then I go like this. Oh, there's like a whole garden.
it's a big old place.
All right, let me share wherever you
Okay.
What?
are. Sorry, I'm having a moment. And
We like moments, right?
this one. Oh,
That is
shoe up,
the
shoe
wrong
up,
tool.
shoe up. Boom.
I'm taking up my home. Yeah.
This is the first time I've done it, guys. So hold on, chat. I'm trying to.
That's all right. I'm getting used to doing my Albert Rodeo thing
Make
again
it
too.
beautiful
So
as
it might
well.
just take a hot minute while we
What do
sort
we think of
this
that?
out.
Does that look good? Oh, it's a shaft.
It's a corridor or a tunnel. Shaft.
It's a shaft.
It's a shaft.
Look at it, Vanda.
Mm.
Walk up the shaft.
Right. So.
Are you gonna do this all by
There you
yourself then?
You see before you
music
an
finished.
old stone building. Several little drawers and dressers off to the side. The walls are, reasonably well maintained. There is a door directly to your left. The corridor does appear to split halfway down, and then it widens up and ends in another pair of doors down the far end. But Douglas just is leaning there with his hands back in his pockets, casually sort of 1 foot up on the doors, looking at you to see what you do now.
Any particular direction?
Oh, a display with all of the weapons and bits and pieces that she keeps. Far end of the building, right hand side.
Thank you.
Good luck getting in there.
Your shaft comes in.
Right. So,
Well, going to be listening to see if I can hear any more guards. I'm going to be sneaking forward, and I'm going to be looking for any traps.
Right. So, make a perception check for listening for guards. And then investigation check for traps.
That's a 14 on the perception check.
Meow.
You don't hear anything inside the building, although you do very faintly behind you hear the sounds of what sounds like the sounds of a very irate guard going, "Why is she still moving around? Just,
Sorry,
could you
she
hold
just wiggles a lot.
still just for a little bit?"
Oh my
Can you
god!
please hold still? Oh no, the other one's running away. Frey.
She's magic! Look at her! She's
You
flying!
can rest assured that your friends are still creating a distraction, but
I'm glad. That was a 12 on the investigation.
Oh god.
okay. So we'll note that for this corridor as you move down it. All right. So whereabouts are you heading? As I say, you got a door to the left, and then you got a corridor split just ahead.
So he said down the end to the right.
Yes. You
So
said
I'm
far
gonna
into
go-
far into the building, right hand side.
Yeah, so I'll go as far as I can down this corridor and take a last right.
Okay. So as you approach the split in the corridor, I need you to initially make a dexterity saving throw for me. Your investigation is not quite high enough.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be. 19.
19. All right, you feel this tug on your ankle as you start to step forward as some magical force tries to yank the feet underneath you and pull you up into the air. As you do, you sort of do manage to, agilely, cat-like, shuffle to the side and manage to avoid the magical snare that had activated and prevent you from being yanked into the air to dangle helplessly. You get this very, very quiet behind you from Douglas. Moving forward?
Oh, yeah.
All right, let me just...
Oh, dear.
Yep, I have designed this for a group. So...
Uh-oh.
That's fine.
These
So,
troubles.
I'll open
You
this
can
up.
always turn around, come back on the night we have the magic stones. Let us
And
talk.
Vanda doesn't know that, though, which
Always-
makes this even funnier.
You can always turn
All
around.
right, so we'll open up the left-hand
Come a
side.
different night.
How do I mute Becca?
First stream, good luck.
I can mute myself, thank you very
Nah, don't do that.
Where's Purdy when you need him?
All right. So as you move and cross over the corridor, you do notice that in between there is a door, and you can see through what look like these glass windows, an open pond-like area with a bridge that leads over to a set of to a seat. Down the far end, there is a door on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, you can see there is a door on the very far end and on the northern-facing wall. You just want to keep going?
Yeah. Going.
All right. So just straight ahead. Just move yourself to where you want to go.
He's going to be off the center of the path, though.
Okay. Yep. So you're just going to keep moving forward? All right, so as you move into that round section, I take it you have the small spherical gem with you?
Yes.
Good. Because there is a very faint click, and the entire corridor is filled with these dazzling, sparking, bursting lights that you imagine would blind you. However, the moment they start going off, they immediately fizzle, and you feel the gem in your hand begin to warm. I need you to roll a stealth check for me.
17.
17. There's the 3 that I was expecting to roll earlier. That's fine. Cool. So that trap has now been successfully navigated and dispelled, and whatever other purpose it may have served does not appear to have manifested.
Is there a door down the very end? Or is
There is a door down the very far end. There's also one to the right there.
Yeah. Keep going to the far door.
Okay. So, moment. Un momento. Where is me thing there? So I've got this all written down. All right. So you make your way down to that door, and you're going to try it.
I'm gonna check it for traps.
Okay.
Gonna listen
check.
to it. We're gonna do the whole
Gonna do- Yep.
Beastie
all right.
Boy things. We gotta listen first. We gotta listen.
Very good. All right. So listen. Listen up.
I mean, there's only a 9 on my perception to listen. I'm
You
rolling
hear
kind of bad.
Nothing.
I hear nothing. My investigation for traps is a 19.
Thankfully, this door does not appear to be trapped, even though so far, walking down that corridor, you've encountered 2.
Yep.
Yep, but does not appear to be trapped.
Is it locked?
It is.
I will attempt to unlock it.
Okay. Make a check.
A natural 20. The total of 25.
Hey, fantastic. That is more than enough. So using your thieves' tools, slotting them in there, giving a bit of a
Mhm.
wiggle around, it takes you a matter of moments to recognize a lock as old as this. And you successfully manage to click the door, open it up, and we will reveal what is on the other side momentarily. As soon as I get this system working for me. All right. Pop, pop. We are just going to open up that entire section, I think. It's going to be easier. Rather than try to do it bit by bit, I'm just going to go a little bit over the lines because otherwise I'm going to be cutting and pasting for a while. I don't really want to do that. It's a big room, by the way.
I can imagine now.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. All right. So,
Interesting.
yeah. So, in here, as you open it up, stepping inside.
Mm-hmm. Carefully.
Carefully, naturally, very good. We like careful. There are a set of doors on the far hand side, which also appear to be, from they almost look like they've been semi-boarded up, kind of sealed off. Like if this was a museum, this might have been another entrance to it. But it's been closed up. Set of stairs on either side of you look like they lead up to the second floor. This room itself has, in all sorts of these little displays, many of them have got a little bit of dust built on them. But there's all sorts of hand marks and handprints all over them. Many of the displays are empty. Some of it has been very recently shifted. Other ones don't look like they've had anything sitting in there for years. Little bits that do still remain. There's little bits of copperware, some plates and vases and pots, as well as stuff that looks like it's from some pretty old civilizations, I guess. Some that might have been from the original nation of Uren, some that might come from Terragonia itself, from under the sands. The Lady Madeline's got a bit of a collection here, but they're all behind thick glass cases. And yes, they're staircase leading up to the second floor.
Don't think I need to go upstairs.
Sorry?
Head to the right. See if I can find.
Okay. It's hard to see with this Albert rodeo sometimes in this fog cutting thing. Lines are hard, guys. Why is it not doing that? There is actually a door there. It's just not showing up. On the right hand side. All right. So is you heading all the way over to the far hand side? Hi,
Yep.
YouTube. Jesus Christ. People. Sorry. Yep. All right. So not heading up the stairs, you're moving over to the right hand side?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it is more of the same. A lot of the cases here are just empty or have been recently emptied. There is a pair of doors, however. One to the south and one straight. Well, yeah, one to the south and one to the right. Right and down.
Still going to the right then.
Okay. And are we doing our checks?
We are doing our checks. Perception.
Perception.
15.
15.
15.
This is for listening.
For listening to the door. Investigation.
Don't hear anything from beyond.
11.
Investigation.
Checking for traps.
Yeah. Give me one sec. This is... What have I got that down as?
I need to up my investigation because that's terrible. I have a +0.
Yeah. No, you don't appear to be any traps on the door.
Cool. Is it locked?
This door is not. No.
I will carefully open the door.
Right. More fog cutting. Da 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 da. Let's just open up a lot of this. I'm not going to be precise. I don't need to worry about being precise. I mean, I should, but I'm not gonna. In fact, I can just chop that whole block out, really. Because you'll discover it sooner or later. Plink. Oh. It's going to be a lot easier. Just do it in big, unwieldy chunks.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, so... Give me one moment here. So, stepping on in.
Mm-hmm.
So, in this slightly darker area, because you have dark vision, don't you?
Yep.
Good, because there are no lights here. You see that this place has a whole lot of... This would be like a war room. Like, this is where the displays for sets of armor and weapons and bits and pieces would be. They're all locked behind reinforced glass, the ones that are still there. There are several mannequins that are bare of any armor still standing in place. In that they, once again, it seems as though either the auction she had or personal buyers, people have come in and they've taken a lot of what was already here. There are several that still remain, all locked behind these reinforced glasses. There's bits of heraldry that dangle from the walls. Each display that still remains has been carefully arranged and set up to maximize her showing it off. You know, some of the suits even look like they've been set up as though they are in the midst of a combat, a duel of some kind. Within the northeast corner of the room, there is another staircase that leads up.
And none of these cases have the dagger.
You want to take a look around?
I do.
All right, make an investigation check.
17.
17? So that's going to take some wandering around the room. With a 17, you don't initially see the dagger, but you do manage to avoid setting off another trap. As you sort of move through a small little area, and just as your foot lands on a small piece of the cobble, it's a little bit looser. And you start to feel that pressure sink down a little, and you immediately shift your weight off it, and realize that there was another trap set in this room. You've just avoided it. But no. Immediate investigation does not show you the dagger you are looking for. The blackened dagger with the silver trimmed.
Gonna head upstairs then.
Upstairs? Alright, I will just have to do a quick shift.
Waiting for like the Home Alone honey and tar and like grease and nails on the staircase. The paint buckets on the string.
Give me a moment. Right, you are coming up. He's coming up from there. So, because I didn't know where you were going to be beginning, we'll just start cutting.
I would not put that.
We're gonna
past
start
them in
cutting.
movies. Quinn would do that to us.
It's a little bit slow doing it this way, but it is what it is, because it can't be anything else. Alright, get that. Get that. This is the content people signed on for. Wait, what? And we will place ourselves a Vander coming up the stairs.
I think it is the content people signed on for, Quinn.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
There's a sarcophagi.
There it is.
And a sarcophagus woman.
There's a sarcophagus woman.
A sarcophagus
Alright.
child.
So, coming up the stairs, this room appears to be a continuation of the armory below. This one, however, does seem to have a little bit more in the way of weaponry going on. Whilst there are suits of armor here, these ones seem to be slightly less Like these ones haven't been sold off yet. It's like she's still waiting for them to do so. And yes, while there are sarcophagi there, they're not really sarcophagi. It's just the decoration that's there. But they are representative of like old tablets. Almost kind of like a gravestone, but it's not actually a gravestone. It's just kind of an old thing that used to mark where somebody's body may have been, and these are names of people from the past, most of which are withered by age and eroded away, but you know, the stone is old enough or the location was valid enough to say, well, this was something that was very, very important or very historically rich. But there's a door in the northern section, a double door down to the west, and then there's 2 doors on either side of the southern wall. There's a few exits from this one.
There is. Have a look around, see if I can find the dagger. Keep an eye out for any traps.
Make yourself another investigation check.
11.
11? All right. You do see what from here appears to maybe be what you're looking for. It is on the southern side of the room. Oh shit, I've just clicked the wrong thing. Ah! Trying to start up my OBS, which is overlaying everything. Oh god.
Oh no! Oh no!
Stop it! I'm just going to try taking my camera now.
Quinn's going live, everyone.
Hold on,
Quinn's
there
going
we go.
live.
Oh, yeah, right.
Check out him on Twitch right now.
All right. Yeah, there is a display down along the southern wall that appears to have the dagger you're looking for in it. From here, from where you are standing, as you sort of move through the room, noticing that. I do, however, need you to make another dexterity saving throw, please.
That's another 19.
So, as you step through this time, it's as you pass between 2 of the displays. There's almost like this intangible magical cord that, as you walk past, you feel it brush against you, and then you hear this, and these 2 darts come out from either side of the room, crossing over where you would have been if you weren't fast enough to duck out of the way and roll back up to your feet. And the darts strike either side of the wall. You're not entirely sure, but that probably would not have been fun for you.
Apparently, I'm not very good at seeing the traps, but I'm good at getting out of the way.
Yep.
This is a weakness that we now know.
Yep. This is a thing that we are discovering. Okay.
You need like a crystal of Sherlock Holmes to get your investigation up.
I mean, if only I had a support team.
Uh-huh. Okay. So, you're approaching the display?
I'm approaching the display.
Sir?
Sir, I am approaching the display.
So, you're approaching the display. Right, well, it's the one down in this corner.
Yeah.
Alright, it is stuck behind one of the glass display cases, which is well and truly reinforced and used specifically for display. And you do recognize this dagger. Now, you did see it in the main manor, where it seems like she occasionally moves some of these objects through for a more showing sort of a thing. Like, this may be an old museum, but she didn't take people here to show things off. This has now become more of a storehouse. Whereas she had an entire upstairs area in her manor where she showed these objects to people. This dark steel dagger with the silver hilt and the almost wrapping around the blade, it does have that sort of almost faint pitting along the edge that looks like it is both of age and potentially maybe sat there for a long time with probably blood on it without being cleaned. So it definitely does look the part. It might need quite a bit of care and looking after if it was ever to be returned to some sort of usable state. but this very much appears to be the dagger that the Lady Madeline Rendalum showed you.
Oh, you poor thing. You have not been looked after very well. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. I'm going to check the display case for traps. It has to have traps. It has to have traps.
Investigate.
Going to roll badly, but it's going to have traps. 10.
10?
10.
You don't see any traps. Meow.
It's going to be the noise I make when I die. Anyway. Okay, well, if I don't think there's any traps, I'm going to have to find a way to unlock it.
Yep.
Open it up.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a locking mechanism?
There does appear to be a lock, so you can try to do the traditional unlocking.
I will
Or
try
use
the
a brick.
traditional. Don't worry. That
All
idea
right.
is coming.
Oh.
All right. So you're gonna make a thieves' tools check.
Yep.
See how we go.
15.
I'll switch my camera on this way. It's weird. 15.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Unlike the door downstairs, these display cases, these locks are a bit newer and a bit tougher. Try as you might, wiggling your tools around and applying all your expertise you know, cannot seem to get that lock to disengage. However, you do begin to hear a very faint hiss. Now I need you to make a Constitution saving throw as the room begins to fill with gas.
I'm not good at this one. That's a 12.
12? That is not enough.
I didn't think it would be.
Okay. So, we need...
You were so close.
It's right there! It's right there! Look. Need those. 12, yeah, okay. We need that one. Yeah. You take 18 points of poison damage as the gas begins to choke you, and you are now poisoned.
Right.
And the gas is not dissipating. It is continuing to flood the room.
I need to cover my mouth with something. I do. I have a spare set of clothes. I'm going to wrap cloth around my throat.
Okay.
Trying to
Cool.
at least alleviate some of that.
All right. Well, I mean, I think... Yep, that's fine. So what are you going to...
Are any of these windows openable?
I don't know. Might be worth a try.
I'm definitely going to try and open a window.
Yeah. So your original spying out of this place did show you that much like the back doors, many of the windows on the exterior of the building have been boarded up. So any attempt you make to try and break these is going to be difficult. It is designed to not have people infiltrate, which also makes it difficult sometimes for people to get out. So you're going to try and break through one of the windows nearby?
I am going to use the wand of self-silence. And I'm
Okay.
going to smash the window.
Very nice. Okay. Oh, use a charge of the wand. So how are you breaking the window? Paint a shadow window picture for me.
I'm going to smash it with his elbow.
With his elbow. Okay.
Yeah.
Just make an athletics check for me.
Sure. Oh, I've got nothing on that. 14.
14. Whilst you do manage to break a little bit of the glass, much like displays, it's reinforced. So you do put a little bit of a crack in it. We need to investigate what the poison condition does. by
It
the
gives me
way.
disadvantage. I just rolled again and I got higher.
Okay. Yeah, because I was about to say, I'm pretty sure it actually gives you disadvantage on ability checks.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, as long as you are here within this cloud, even though you've covered yourself up, you are still going to be considered poisoned. So whilst you do put a little bit of a crack in that glass, it's not enough. Not yet.
I'm gonna take out one of my daggers and use the pommel of it to try and smash it harder.
What is your constitution, by the way?
Like the modifier or just
You modify. Modifier will do.
2+2.
2. Okay. That gas is beginning to get thicker, and even though you have wrapped yourself up, you're beginning to feel it. You're beginning to feel the weight of that poison seeping into you. It's not just through breathing, but you may have slowed it temporarily. Okay, so you're going to try what?
Using just like the pommel of a dagger, break the window.
So instead, I'll get you to make an attack roll this time.
22.
22. Do some damage for me. And you know what? Because I'm a kind and generous DM and it's funny watching you die, I'm guessing that was at disadvantage, by the way. I'll allow you to sneak attack the window.
Oh, thank you. With disadvantage, it's a dirty 20.
Okay, cool. Still enough to hit an inanimate object.
But I don't get sneak attack on disadvantage.
No, you're not at disadvantage. Oh wait, yes, it would be. That's all right. I'll still give you I'll still give you a sneak attack. Like I said,
Okay.
Kind and generous.
Kind. Thank you. Uh, 15 points of damage.
15.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, because your sneak attack modifier went up last level up, didn't it?
Yeah, 3d6.
Yes. Nice.
Even though I rolled a 2 and a 1.
Ooh. Yep. All right. So, which dagger are you using? Just flavor it up for me.
I'm using the magical one. Because the first one I grabbed was the magical one from Kit Kik.
Nice. So the ornate gemmed one. Yeah. Okay. The pristine one. Okay. So, you do manage to smack with the pommel of the dagger. It is magical, so it is fairly resistant to taking any damage of its own. And this same window, I'm guessing?
Yeah, same window.
Yep. So you do manage to follow it through, and the give from the window shattering outwards is immediately stymied by the boards on the far side. But the force of your blow and the sudden desperation you've got, realizing that you are not just poisoned, you're starting to choke to death, manages to force one of the boards slightly off. You might be able to get out should you make another attack, but you can either make another attack or you can take a moment to probably lean over and take a breath to give yourself a little bit more time.
I want to lean over and breathe.
Okay, so that'll give you another 2 actions to be able to do something then. Because at the end of this one, if you didn't take a breath, you would have started taking more poison damage. Okay, so you got another 2 rounds of actions in which you can do things. What now, sir?
Oh, I want to try open that thing again.
I love that gummy, by the way. That's amazing. What, the display case?
Yeah, I want to try and go back to the display case.
All right. Are you picking a lock or are you breaking? What are you doing?
I want to try one more time of picking the lock.
Okay. You have tried already.
I know.
And you are at disadvantage.
I know.
Okay. Just so you're aware.
No, it's less than before.
Oh, no. Okay. You realize very, very quickly upon putting your tools in and giving it a go, you are hampered by the current state of things going on. There's just too many things pinging your consciousness about the current state you're in. You cannot focus on trying to get that lock open. You need to do something else.
I'm gonna smash it.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and push it over so it falls onto the ground.
Okay, you're gonna push it.
We'll push it. I want the glass on the ground.
Okay, so that's going to be another athletics check.
Okay.
Of course, at disadvantage.
At
It's poisoned. Yep.
15.
15.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is an incredibly heavy case because of the reinforced glass. A 15 is not enough.
Ah, damn.
You might be able to shift it, but you needed minimum of 17 to be able to budget.
Damn, if I didn't have disadvantage, I would have gotten that.
Yeah. Minimum of 17 to move it, 19 would have toppled it.
I go back to the window to breathe.
All right, I need you to make another Constitution saving throw, though, because that's 2 actions.
At disadvantage, or is that as a saving throw at disadvantage with poison?
Can't remember, actually. I know poison makes you do attack rolls at disadvantage and ability checks. I can't remember if it's saving throws. We need to double check. I need to double check what the poison condition does. Because I didn't have it written on there for some reason. Searching, please. Hurry up, computer. We need this information now because we have a cat suffocating. It's not good. It's not happy. No.
I agree, Ship Poopy Peas. An animated suit of armor would be much nicer to deal with.
Yeah, funny that. Why is this not telling me what the fucking poison condition does? God, I hate that sometimes. It gives you everything else on poison except for what the frickin' condition does. Conditions. There we go. Right, where are
Attack rolls and ability checks.
we? Alright, I don't think it's a saving throw I don't classify as an ability check. I think it's supposed to be, but I don't. Ah! Where's Delby Rodeo?
Guys, Shapoopies, this is their first time watching our D&D game, and they're so invested.
I'm glad you're invested in my death.
Yes!
I appreciate it.
Well, you set it up nicely this session, didn't you? You told a beautiful story, you gave us lots of background on your character, and then you put your character in actual
In
peril.
mortal danger, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
You made us give a shit.
This is
so that
what
was a
D&D
19 on
is.
my saving throw.
Okay, 19 on the save? Good.
Yeah, I rolled a 17, so I did okay
Okay.
with that.
So. Okay. Thankfully, that means you only take 5 points of poison damage.
Okay. I'm below half health.
Thank God you made that save.
Yeah.
This poison is not pretty. Most of the traps in here are not pretty.
No.
Don't
Alright.
worry. Very
Oh,
soon, we'll have a potion for that. You know, me and Frey are working on it.
I think the thing being, you guys have leveled up to 5. Things get a bit
Harder.
more intense when you go beyond level 4.
I need to double check something.
My sister drunk.
How are the rest of us going, guys?
Head on
How are we all
acid.
feeling?
We good. I'm here for the journey today. I'm here to see what's happening. I put in the Discord what music I put on for this, and it's appropriately tense.
Can't hear it, but I saw some of the comments in the Twitch chat, and it's kind of like, oh man, I want to listen, but
Yeah,
I can't.
I checked the link in the Discord if you wanted to hear it.
I mean, I'll be listening to the VOD again later for my notes and everything. Anyway.
Wrong way.
Shapoopies, the fact that you said you'll get up to nonsense, that's exactly what you need in a D&D game.
D&D is equal level shenanigans, hijinks, and hickory, and serious role play and blood curdling death and horror.
But I feel like it's always great when like you start out low level and your characters do all the nonsense stuff, and then like as the levels progress,
develops.
you start to care about like what's happening in the world around those characters. The characters have interpersonal relationships between them, each other, and then so like you start to accidentally care, and the nonsense sort of becomes secondary to like a.
It's still there, but it is just a natural part of what you do. Yeah.
Which is why like our like all of this group has like a mix of there's nonsense happening, but we also genuinely like have relationships between all the characters now.
How we going, Vander?
Okay, so I I can't do what I wanted to do. Wait, how long does silence last?
Is it a minute?
Concentration up to 10 minutes.
There we
Because
go.
it's a wand, am
Yeah.
I concentrating?
I don't consider it that way.
Can I turn it off?
Yeah, if you want. That will
threw-
take one of your actions, though. As opposed to a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I want to go to the window, take another breath, turn off the silence.
Okay. So, yep. So every time you manage to take a breath, that gives you 2 more actions.
Mm-hmm.
So by turning off the silence, that's 1. So you got another action.
Yep.
So ideally, what you want to be doing to work that out is do a thing, take a breath. Do a
Yep.
thing, take a breath. Because that's how it's going to have to work. If you ever stray more than your movement distance away from the broken window, you're going to have to come up with something else unless you can get out of the room.
So I am going to use Scroll of Acid Arrow, and I'm going to shoot it at the lock.
Okay. Scroll
This
of
is-
Acid Arrow.
Yeah, remember I've got
Yeah.
2 scrolls.
Oh yeah, no, I love throwing consumables at people because half the time people don't use them and it's great. And I wish people would use more consumables. That's why they're there.
Must hoard.
Yep, must hoard. It's the RPG person in all of us. Okay. So, I need you to make an Arcana check, Vander.
At disadvantage.
At disadvantage. Reading spell scrolls is not natural to somebody who is not a caster.
Yeah, the first one was a 17. Second one was a 16. And I have no modifier, so it's just a 16.
That's actually okay. That is a-okay. Because it's a 2nd level spell, Acid Arrow.
Yep.
The DC wasn't incredibly huge. So that's not bad. Okay, so you go through, you pull it out, and through the muffled thing of having the clothes around your mouth, you do manage to recite well enough and watch as the words evaporate from the scroll. And you turn and point your fingers at the... I take it this is the lock on the display case for the dagger.
Yep.
Okay. And you flick your fingers and this dripping sort of lance of just green putrescent acid flies from your fingers, strikes the lock, and immediately begins to melt it. It's not going to happen straight away, but takes 2 rounds. So, I mean, it's easy enough then for you to take another breath.
Taking a breath.
Yep. And then the lock seems to have melted. The acid is still dripping off. So you can either wait a little bit longer and wait for the acid to, fully fall off and solidify, cool down like lava. I don't know, it's not lava, but there you go. Or you can just go for it now.
I'm going to wait, and I'm going to use perception. I want to have a listen to see if anything is happening around me. And I'm going to use the Crystal of Beyond Sight to auto-succeed.
Good timing. Because with all the gas filling this room, it hasn't been noticed by your passive perception because technically you are obscured. You hear the sound of something up here in this room with you that is moving towards you with just a dunk, 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 and it is getting closer.
Shaboobies! Shaboobies, you called it! There's an animated something! There's Shaboobies!
Okay. I'm going to try that lock again.
All right, the lock's gone.
The lock is gone. Is it?
Yep,
So
that acid had melted the lock. It did nothing to the glass, but it has melted the lock away, so you should be able to open up the display case now.
Cool. I'm going to very quickly, carefully, hopefully silently, open up the display case.
You open up the display case, and the dagger on its little stand, sitting there, cushioned in its little wooden cradle, waiting for you to grab it.
How close is that footsteps?
It is definitely up in this same room with you. I would say at this point, given where that case is, I'll move you over to the case so I can take a look. Because I know where it is, but you can't see it. Because that's always more fun.
Mm-hmm.
It says roughly 20 feet away from you.
I don't have time. I was going to check to see if there's any traps on there. I don't have time. I'm grabbing the dagger, running.
Okay. I do need you to make another saving throw.
Which one?
This time it's charisma.
Ooh!
Are you gonna get like told to stand still? Are you gonna get like tricked? We don't have the psychic protection yet. What are you doing?
So that was a 19, so it's 22.
That was with disadvantage?
That's not at disadvantage. I don't do disadvantage with that one.
No, I'm not. I'm allowing not disadvantage on this particular poison. Some poisons will, like, poison should technically, because I'm pretty sure saving throws count as ability checks, but I'm not doing it for this poison.
It like bounced on the 9 next to it and then went, nah, it's okay, boy.
Okay, so as you grab it, you do feel the sudden surge of energy through your body before it kind of travels in that wave across you like you've popped and locked, but then it's just gone, and you're holding the dagger, and the dunk, dunk, dunk starts moving faster behind you.
I'm making a beeline out of there. How big is the break in the window?
You
Can my cat fit through it? That is the plan, to run, turn cat, jump through. Yep.
Tell you what, do you want to make a dexterity saving throw to see if you can fit?
Yep.
Okay. If you fail, you'll probably still get through, but you might take some damage. Squeezing through shattered glass and splintered wood.
And splintered wood, yep.
Yeah.
If he changes forms, is he still silent?
I cancelled that. I'm not silent anymore.
He cancelled the silence.
God. Okay.
So that wasn't great. That's only a 12.
12? Yep. There wasn't a huge gap.
Oh, sorry, no, a 13, but I don't think
13?
that matters. Yeah.
Alright, and you are a distance up. How far can a cat fall without taking damage?
100 feet.
100 feet?
I don't know.
That's alright. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just roll that. And we'll say you take...
I am going to try and catch onto the side of the roof as I fall down.
Oh, okay.
Like...
Alright. In which case, make me another dexterity check. It's a check this time.
Just to check.
Yep.
10.
10? It's an old building full of stone and bits and pieces. You've just dislodged a whole lot of wood and stuff. You can succeed on a 10 if you catch onto one of the boards as you come out, and you sort of swing that board out. You can succeed. If you'll still be right by the window, but that'll be a success. If you don't want to do that, it's a failure.
I'll do that. I will catch on.
Okay.
Someone's
You do
gonna
take-
lance you through the window, though.
This is the consideration. You do take 6 points of slashing damage from the bits and pieces of glass and wood that lacerate your body as you go flying through. Now, I just very quickly need you to make an opposed dexterity check with me to see how quick you respond.
Okay. 21.
21? That's good, because I made a 12.
I
rolled
rolled
an
Opposite!
8 plus 4.
Damn.
I rolled an 18 plus 3.
So
It has a higher dexterity than me.
There is a shattering sound as a large wooden fist comes shattering through the remnants of the window pretty easily. So it also means it's pretty damn strong, whatever it is. And you do recall seeing a number of wooden statues as you moved through this place with a display. It's one of the mannequins almost, as its fist comes crashing through the window. Unfortunately, what it happens to do is it knocks the board you're on flying away from the building, which then, being the incredibly dexterous, although poisoned cat that you are, you manage to almost surfboard ride this plank of wood down into one of the trees in the nearby estate, and it's just sort of through the tree down to the ground, where in your cat form you do manage to land, a little bruised, a lot battered, feeling very, very, very unwell. But you appear to have the dagger in your possession, and you may have potentially escaped something even worse.
Printing off.
Okay.
I'm just imagining that meme of the cat jumping off the balcony and going, "Sail!"
You just hear shattered glass, and then you hear.
It's definitely got some attention, because the other guard who was at the back of the manor is now well aware that something is going on. For those out the front, even before you might potentially hear any of that,
Girls' night.
there's a light that seems to come up on the second floor of the manor. This would be before Vander managed to, escape. And you do kind of see another guard come out the front door, look at what's going on, because I'm assuming you're still floating and flying around, bobbing, looking for horses that aren't there. And he just yells out, it's like, "Come! There's an issue down the back." And the other guy goes, oh, thank God. Right, would you just piss off?
Yeah,
Thank
give
you."
me my balloon. And I take the rope
It just
that's
yeah,
around her
just
waist now.
throws it to you before the two of them gallop off around the side of the building.
Okay, I need you to. I pull her down. I need you to sober up now. You and Frey, come here. I huddle them together in the street. I'm like, so Vander was doing his heist tonight? We need to go wait in the alley, okay? And if we hear a cat or anything, then we need to be ready to help him. Got it?
Okay.
Okay. And then I let her back up on the thing again, and I walk her down the alley.
This time I'm like looking towards where the guards are.
Yeah, it's my blimp chick now.
So would you guys all be returning to the Rusted Coppers after this?
That's where Vander would be going.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Well, we like
He'd be going
waited
into
in
the
an
window
alley.
with Theodore. Ow.
Wait, what? Hey, cat, it's time to go. You look a little worse for wear.
Ow.
Ah, shit. All right. Yeah.
It's just green.
So the poison will wear off after about 10 minutes. It is a long-lasting poison, but thankfully, because you're not immersed in the cloud, it's not doing more damage to you.
10 minutes though.
Yep,
Now it's like
that's how long it lingers in the system. You all
Vander.
eventually manage to return.
He
Vander?
yeah, Vander would have turned back into his hybrid, and he'd be sitting against the wall on the floor. Wow.
Yeah. Theodore would have been very insensitive, but thinking he's very funny, would have brought you a little lap plate of milk. Yeah.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
But take it went. All right. You're not dead,
I'm not
so
dead.
you got one up on me.
This is true. So it could be argued that I did something wrong.
Don't we all?
No, apparently you don't do things wrong.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm glad. It's a nice lie.
It is. It's also a lie we all tell ourselves.
Would you like to see it?
Do you need like little cupcake to get you some healing or something? You're not looking good.
She'll show up eventually. It's fine.
Oh, is she gone as well?
Yes.
I'm the only one that missed out again?
You were sleeping very heavily.
Yeah.
It's
Sleeping
almost
like I was
like you were
dead, right?
Yeah.
That was an easy joke. All right. Well, Rest well then. And he just claps you on the shoulder, probably a little too hard.
You don't want to see it? Of
See what? Nothing happened, right?
course not. But I'm going to be looking at it.
Yeah, and he will stay awake to just keep an eye on you because he's aware of what being in a bad shape looks like. He knows you're not in a good shape.
Can you identify this? Please.
That? I mean, I can try. I mean, looks like an old crappy dagger.
Yeah.
Wait. I recognize this. That old man that lived in the trash tell us to get something like this?
No,
No?
not this one. This is a different one.
How convenient.
Very.
My little cat.
Right. And yeah, okay, so he will take the
Sedaine.
dagger.
Nice.
Cheers, Sedaine. So he takes the dagger and he does the same sort of thing he did earlier on in the day, where he sort of places it down, flicks the cards out of a wrist holder, shuffles them and flicks one down before flipping it over, and they spark with some magic. He just places 2 fingers on the blade, kind of like, whatever this is, it's not magical.
It's not.
I'm not reading anything off it.
Just an interesting piece of history.
It appears to be so. I mean, it's definitely well used and old. There's something to it, but I'm not picking up any magic.
That's all right.
Sorry, buddy.
It just needs a bit of care.
Or it hasn't woken up yet.
Oh, the thing inside it hasn't.
The assassin inside.
Or it's a fake. Who knows?
Oh, imagine that. You went to the whole wrong room and it was actually like in a storage crate and like a cupboard.
Who knows? But yeah, no, he's not detecting any magic from it. But yeah, I assume at some point the rest of you return. With you clomp up to your own rooms. Theodore, I imagine, would probably hear you if you didn't go and check. At which point he would like, there might be a cat in here who needs some attention. Also, thanks for the invite, guys. Appreciate it.
It was a girl's night.
You wanted to sleep.
Yeah, maybe I needed it. Look after him. He looks a bit bent up.
Okay, Frey. Sober up. Like, pat her on the cheeks. In you go.
Do a cupcake.
I regret nothing.
Your cupcake?
I would do it again. Quieter next time, but I would do it again.
Shapoopies is shook if it's a fake.
In this little escapade. Because I assume we're ending this escapade about here.
I think so for today. Oh
Yeah.
my
That's
gosh.
fine.
But yeah, whether you receive healing from Freyalise, or you just allow it to heal, naturally over the course of 8 hours of a long rest, because magical worlds. This is how they work. You will wake up feeling refreshed. You were noticed. Maybe not you specifically, but there was a coinciding distraction event out the front at the same time as some form of alarm went off
Look at that.
inside that manor. Something that you may not have noted when it went off. Whether that comes to anything, time will tell. But you have in your possession a very old dagger. As for what that means, I guess we'll just either find out or, add it to the collection and leave it there and not have anything else happen.
I'm happy with that. I don't mind. That was fun. That was great. And I stand by all the
Hell
decisions.
yeah.
And seeing how you guys handled the front door, I'm glad I didn't bring you inside.
Please
Excuse you, if you let us-
understand that could have gone so wrong.
I'm aware. I rolled pretty badly in some situations, and I
You
was like,
rolled perfectly well when you needed to, except
Which
for
is-
that gas trap.
yeah.
It got
Yep.
pretty hairy inside and outside.
Each one of those traps was actually pretty nasty.
Yeah, I kind of expected that.
Yep. That color one, for example, I shouldn't say. I might want to reuse that. That's a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, we'll forget. We're forgetful.
Basically, the idea is it blinds and deafens you as it goes off, but it also acts as a trigger to say, oh, by the way, intruder, allowing something else to come out and ambush you whilst you are blinded and deafened. It's a flash. It's essentially a magic flashbang.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn.
And there was something waiting just on the other side of the door that would have woken to the sound of that flashbang. But-
Jeez.
There was a lot of nasty stuff in there. Those darts would have sent you to sleep.
Oh,
They just would have knocked you out.
straight up knocked out.
Straight up knocked you out. In
Wow.
which case, if you'd been discovered in there, you would have been asleep and unconscious.
Yep.
And
See,
the
as much
creatures,
as
the
it's
creatures
like-
that were there, the Guardians were also designed for a group to take on, so...
Well, that's the thing. Like, we would have had to fight them if we were a group because
Probably.
everyone else wouldn't have been able to escape like I could.
Yep, I love the
I
fact
could've-
that you took it on solo, that it got a bit tense, but you managed to get out.
It's pretty
The
dope.
cat burglar.
I had my exit strategy. I knew I was going to use the Wand of Silence if I
Yep.
needed to smash things.
It is a cool little tool. Man, that is an entire 2-level map I basically didn't use much of. I love it though.
Sorry.
Toast and ferret.
Look,
I had
fine.
a location on where to go.
Yeah.
I knew I needed backup and I didn't have it. I had to go where I had to go.
Yeah, so but interesting that one of the servants of the Lady Madeline Rendellum.
Yeah,
Handed-
I'm wondering
handed
if
it
that
over to you.
was a form of like insurance fraud or if it's a test of her security system or if it's just let's get rid of it.
Might be more to that story, but as to whether any of it gets followed up on, pursued, or whatever, who knows? Whether you guys do it or it comes out naturally, but- who knows?
Crystal, no, we're not calling ourselves
I
a
agree.
group gang. We're not
Crystal,
calling ourselves
that's not happening.
No.
group gang. Is not.
we left that one alone.
But how we
we-
started, guys.
We could always just call you. They did nothing wrong.
The innocent. the innocents. That's what we're called. We're the innocents.
What should I say?
Oh God.
Who murdered all these people? It was the innocents.
Innocent.
I saw them.
Shapoopies.
Well,
The goop. We made. I don't know. It was a running
Oh my
gag
god, it's
for
good.
the whole first arc of us playing this game that we always talked about Gwyneth Paltrow,
Right at
And-
the start
and
of a
goop.
session.
and we would read out random facts and make up random facts about goop.
Makeup. Yeah. To the point
'cause we
where
don't-
potentially somewhere in Cascorn or Syleria,
There's a company called Goop now.
there's somebody who's set up a goop shop somewhere. Yep.
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 But we're not calling ourselves the Goop Gang.
Let's please not. I mean, it's not to be, but let's please not.
I'm gonna start us a raid to OMGM, who's playing.
Yeah,
some
because I see
D&D.
she's just started up some D&D. So
Yeah.
we should be back 2 weeks, I guess.
2 weeks.
Yep.
In the meantime, this VOD will go on YouTube.
Because I would say, hey, we could go next week. Next week's Easter, so we're definitely not even
Yeah.
going to bother about that.
Yeah, the way
so
we've
yeah,
got it
it'll
right
be-
now, we miss Easter and then we miss Anzac.
Isn't the week
Exactly.
after? The week after is Anzac.
Yeah. No. The week after the week after.
Oh yes.
There's a
No,
middle
Anzac is
weekend, which is normal.
Anzac's the 25th,
Yeah.
so it would be 2
Is
weeks
it?
from now. 2 weeks from
Is it?
now is the 24th, so we just miss it.
Just miss it.
We miss it by a day.
Which, if you don't know what Anzac is, it's the
It's a New Zealand
Australia, New
Australia.
Zealand, a celebration of
Yep.
those who went to war for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll be on the 24th.
24th of New
Yep.
Zealand time, which is 23rd for
New
most
Zealand
of the
time.
world.
So we'll miss Anzac by one day. But if anybody's doing anything on that day for the group, let us know in our Discord, and we can organise something else. Easy enough.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks for that, guys.
Thank
It was a
you,
lot of fun.
everyone.
We didn't
Appreciate
get any
you all.
combat, but we did get a map.
We did get.
I
did get a map.
Woo!
We got a
I
heist. We got a bit of
Nice.
fun going.
am
I got
combating.
to roll dice. I didn't die. I got seriously injured.
You're seriously injured.
All
I'm
right,
so
so
bye,
close.
everyone. Bye.
I got down to 11 HP.
Woo! Damn.